Greetings, and hopefully everybody had a safe and glorious holiday. We got Snuggles Soft in the building. Snuggles. Ooh. Who else we got watching? I really come to this place in my life where things come so much simpler. I think things become simpler and easier, as the time goes on. I think that you make peace with some things. The things you can't change or shouldn't change. Honestly, let's keep it a buck. Should we save or attempted to save this community that we never established? We just got used to it. I want you to think about this. Why should we save a community that does nothing but put you down? Why save a community that hates your opinion? In the modern state of the black community, where do you even benefit? You don't lead it. You can't exercise your right for this. What do you get out of it? Masculinity is for shame. You're taught ever since you could remember to really be a simp. You're taught that you should work to the dead of your bones and really expect almost nothing. You're not even taught the pursuit of happiness. You're taught in the pursuit of coochie. You're purposely kept out of masculine endeavors. No one wants you educated. No one wants you to be well with yourself. What's up, Louis? What's up, Nameless? Namer. Why are there some people with hope? If we work hard, we can convince these people to love us. I want you to think about this. Isn't this what we said 60, 70 years ago about racism? If we work hard enough, we can convince these racist bastards how much they love us. No. That's how we are looking for solutions for our own so-called community. You have to really think to yourself how pathetic it has to be to try to convince somebody who innately hates your guts to love you. I want you to think about that. Nobody's going to love you. Not the way you love yourself. Nobody's going to respect you the way you respect yourself. A lot of people don't even understand that concept of self-respect and self-love because you're taught that you should denigrate yourself to make others feel better about themselves. Pop the balloon show, anybody? Look at how ridiculous some of the demands are from the women. It's okay to humiliate a guy, but you tell the truth about a female, you're breaking her heart. Oh. In my mind, I'm like, oh well. You can't come intelligent. You can't be truly yourself. You got to be a caricature of a goddamn criminal. If you're successful, or you demand some respect. It's impossible for you to truly be loved. What's up, Chance? Why the fuck should we do it? Why should we save a community that looks down upon us? Humiliates us. See, winter is coming. I'm sorry, it's already here. Winter's already here. If you don't have enough strength to tunnel yourself out of it, save your goddamn self. Look what happened to everybody who got furloughed for 40 days. A lot of that was women. They're scared. You're used to being on the bottom, my friend. What do you have to lose? What's up, ABM? What's up, All Star G? I'm not in the business of saving idiots from themselves. At least not anymore. Black women are like St. Peter, who denied Jesus 3 times before the cock crowed. How many times do they have to reject you? And I'm not going to be intellectually disingenuous or dishonest to say, well, it's not all black women. You should be intelligent enough to know that statistically, but culturally. I'm going to say this. Not all white people are white supremacists, but all white people benefit from white supremacy. How you like them apples? Huh? Not all white people are racist. But they know there's an advantage of being white. Just like black women know there's an advantage they have over you being black women and not being black men. Black men have a higher victimization of crime than black women. Most people are going to rob a black man before they rob a black woman. Just like this statement. Somebody should put it in the chat. You heard it here first. Not all black women are gynocrats, but all black women benefit from the gynocracy. See, this is not words of a bitter man. This is not words of a man who can't get women. This is words of a man who just sees the truth. What's up? Ain't nobody come here to see you, Otis. What happens when that black man demands more? More respect, more power. You can't take it. Well, you got to take power from us. We tried that. And all I got to say is, fuck all that. I don't want the keys to hell when I can see heaven somewhere else. Remember, all, not many, all of them benefit from the gynocracy. It's just some don't play the games that others do. There are some black women who know the game and may be favorable towards their men, but they know they have an advantage when they go to those courts. Long as I can feel better than the nigga, I'm going to be okay. How many times do black women get called the N-word? How many times do they get accosted by the police? How many times do they get custody of their kids? How many places will give us scholarships for their education? Boss, what's up? How many times have we just seen injustice done to your own brothers? I'll wait. How many? How many times did you have to sit at the back of the table like a good little boy? See, this community was never meant to be yours in the first place. And I'm going to give you the reasons why. Because communities are allowed to thrive. When the fuck has your community been allowed to thrive? When has your community been allowed to thrive? When did you have ownership over the kids? When were you allowed to get home and business loans? We sure as hell can find a prison for you. I want you to think about how silly this community shit is, right? This is how silly it is. We will literally rather put money on a Negro's books in prison than buy him books for school or college. Everybody in the family can come out their pockets then, but you ask for help for some tuition or help for college books. I don't know. I don't think I got it, dude. Oh, my nigga, you got to come back next week. I ain't got it. You got free my nigga this t-shirt, free my nigga that t-shirt. But you never see a t-shirt that says educate my nigga this, educate my nigga that. What's up, Chaos Smeller? You never see a drive for a scholarship, but you see a drive to bury somebody. ABM says this generation loves to go all out for prom, nowhere near the time spent on tutoring. Facts. As Ronnie Laws would say, because every generation of us lie. Often more than twice. Don't worry. Before I start the panel, I'm going to just have random thoughts coming in my head. Things I need to get off my brain and my chest. But I just see the folly in trying to save shit that does not matter to anybody else. It's like trying to save a turd in a toilet, but it ought to be flushed. Lewis said a dude could get out of prison and you would throw him a party and a large cookout. A brother, a sister will graduate from college with a degree and get absolutely nothing. I've seen my people celebrate my cousin, who's a few months younger than me, getting out of prison, helping them out, getting money together. But motherfuckers ain't do shit for me when I left, when I got out of Iraq. Hell, not even my closest friends. Like, damn, we gonna throw you a little get together. Some food, something. It doesn't have to be extravagant. Little get together. Your boy home, he from the war. The motherfuckers will constantly salute and support failures, jailbirds, losers. What's up, Simply Deep? It's going all right. We This is the reason why you're a group of losers, because you always support the motherfuckers. I bet you this would happen overnight. I bet you this would happen overnight. And motherfuckers start putting money on commentary and books and all this other shit. I bet you prison, when it feels like prison, will be a motherfucker. Fuck your snacks. Fuck your pleasure. You're in jail. You're not supposed to have pleasures. I mean, really. Am I telling a lie, folks? Sometimes I gotta pause in the midst of my frustration. Sometimes I have to recollect and say, fuck this place. You can't like comic books. You can't read a book. You can't like cartoons. You can't like anime. You can't be intelligent. You just can't breathe outside the confines of being a fucking stereotype. And we're supposed to really love and take advantage of shit. Goddamn right, quarter zip sweater. Have you noticed? And I'm glad you put that up there. Did you notice a lot of young brothers are bringing back style? But you don't see that from the females, right? You don't see females dressing like elegantly. You don't see the females dressing like 1986 circa Huxtable, Cosby show, Claire Huxtable style, where she was stylish, but she wasn't a whore. Have you noticed that shit? It's always the dudes who want to go into the conservative, slick look. But the females want to dress like whores 24/7. All Star G said they will send money to dudes in prison but won't do shit for the dude in the universe. Apparently you're gay because you like hot chocolate. See, shout out to Media Man when he did the statistic. When it comes to the LGBT community for blacks, 66% of the LGBT in the black community are females. But we're the ones who get labeled down low. When that means almost 70% of females ate a cooch, sucked a titty or three, had some type of lesbian or homosexual act. That's almost a 7 to fucking 1 ratio that she's gonna be bisexual or gay more than you. But we get called gay. You know, the next bitch called me gay. I'm gonna tell her, get your carpet munching eating ass out of here. You called me a dyke. You are. Well, you called me gay. Oh, it's okay for you to say it out your mouth, but if I say it in retaliatory fashion, this is another thing I'm on. Bitches will get mad. I'm not even answering that question today because I'm on one. You got to understand something. And I'm glad a couple of y'all all said wearing short skirts with their whole ass out and almost could see their pussy. But the young brothers in college, or the young brothers, period, are doing what? They're wearing quarter zip sweaters. They're wearing slacks, shoe boots, fedoras, ties, bow ties. Austin is about what, 24, 25? Spoke to the young brother, good speaking to him. And he sees it. Exactly. You get called gay for being clean. And that's by the women sometimes. He said, All-Star G, apparently I'm a coon for not liking weaves and wigs and not only attracted to BW. I mean, you got to understand something. What happens to the guy that's sick and tired of being sick and tired? What happens to the guy that had to sacrifice shit and come home and you don't even have a goddamn plate in the microwave for him? You don't even have you don't even have a plate of food. You feed the kids. I just told this stud. You keep thinking there's a lot of men leaving women. No, those women chose those men. They choose who they get pregnant by. I don't give a fuck how much, what happened to a chick. If that chick doesn't want to have your baby, she won't. Whether this is by legal abortion or illegal abortion. But yet, you call upon us to save this community. Fuck them. Like, share, subscribe. Get my likes up. Hit the goddamn Cash App, too. I'm the spirit of vengeance of this motherfucker. A black woman just went viral for shaming black men that wear quarter because they love fucking cartoon character thugs. Why would you go back to something like that? These are the educated chicks saying this shit. These are the educated chicks saying this shit. I'm going to tell you, black man, you don't owe these motherfuckers shit. You don't owe them shit. I swear to the immortal, whatever you want to call them, you don't owe them a damn thing. And this is not bitterness. This is not hatred. This is the truth. Everybody keeps saying, I only worry about mine. What you really need to worry about is what type of options your son's going to pick. Motherfuckers will pick a Latina and don't realize that you're just picking a caramel skinned black woman. You'll simp for her. Why are you simping for that broad? If you can't fucking put that woman in check, then what the hell are you doing it for? And people get mad. What you mean put a woman in check? If you can tell her, look, we're not going to argue about this. Right now was not the time. We'll talk about it later. If she still goes on, then she's not in check. Think about it. Black men were the style of America. We don't all the time wear Jordans and dopes and all these gold chains and shit. See, this is what happens when you took the black man out the fucking household. If you meet a chick and she doesn't have her father in her life, she's either a fun girl or run. That's definitely don't get her pregnant material. Don't get her pregnant. When you see a coven of bitches, no father figures, no nothing, don't get her pregnant. Just a fat, especially if they overweight. Why are you always picking on the overweight women? Because overweight women show you that one of the biggest problems of the black community is not being disciplined. It's one thing if a woman just had a baby and she's losing the weight, but it's another one if she's immortally fat. I'm going to here to tell you this. I'm going to say what a lot of these simps are afraid to tell you. Being overweight is not attractive. Sorry. I just had a conversation getting a friend of mine's point of view. Being overweight is not attractive. Even he said it. A lot of black men think I'm going to deal with this fat chick. She has low self-esteem. Or, in my case, I said, let me put this up to you. I think it's the black men that have low self-esteem. You don't think you deserve more. You don't think you deserve better. So, I'm going to deal with this cantankerous, overweight curmudgeon. And yes, you could be a curmudgeon whether if you're fit or overweight, but if you ever notice something, the fitter women tend to have a better disposition than the fat ones. They actually like themselves. Have we noticed that? The fucked up part about it is that they'll make campaigns about not the body shame, but they can tell you at 6 feet tall, 5'10", that you're short. Next time a bitch call you short, call her fat. I want you to look at your image, black women, and if you think I'm saying some fucked up shit, look what the world says about you. When they put that statue out there in Times Square, they didn't put up they didn't put up Vanessa Williams. They didn't erect Felicia Rashad. They didn't erect Iman. They erected the fat mammy. That's what the world thinks of you. They erected the mammy, the fat, attitude having bitch. When she says strong and wrong, huh? I'm strong and I'm wrong. Will have the audacity to think she can bag it and shape man. Bitch, I don't have a criminal record. I don't need you to put a house over my head. I got my own PlayStation 5. Fuck out of here. Get behind me, Satan. Think about it. They didn't put the best looking women to represent you. They put your stereotypical norm. But bitch built like Derrick Henry. You got chicks out there like Bud Crawford's mom trying to pay the whole block to whoop her son. That's how black kids grow up, black bullies. You won't pay other people to beat you up. That's not the first time I heard that shit. I've heard a grandmother say that to her grandson. I'm gonna play the niggas on the block to beat you up. This is how I know something's fucking wrong with you, black man. You wouldn't talk to, if that was me, I wouldn't talk to you ever again in life. You could be on your deathbed and it wouldn't bother me. You don't tell me your fucking grandson no ignorant. And I've heard it. I've heard this shit. I'm gonna go pay the niggas on the block to beat you up. I'm gonna pay the niggas on the block to beat you up. See, black men are not great because of, we're great in spite of our mothers. All these chicks be like, there's a lot of men running from their children. No, it isn't. Stop. I seen it. No, go look at the statistics. Black men are the best fucking fathers on the nation. You just pick worse. You got the same 24 hours as a white bitch do, but you still choose to date a nobody. That's you. That's your culture. You chose nobodies. You chose white beaters. It's not a black man's fucking shit. It's not his fault. Y'all chose these bad niggas. You know goddamn well the good ones. You don't want nothing to do with that nigga until you had a full fucking rock of kids. Same goddamn mother who thought her son wasn't gonna be shit. You trying to fucking get the block. If a black man makes it to be something, it's a goddamn miracle, man. Yeah, they were mad at Pearl saying the same shit. Y'all chose these felons. Y'all chose these motherfuckers to have babies by. No, stop taking choice out of a fucking woman's fucking mouth. You want it to be equal. You want it to be an adult. Have at thee. I'm sick and I'm tired. And I'm tired and I'm sick of this bullshit that I constantly hear. Like you're fucking, like you're some retard. Like mentally, you can't fucking get what the fuck you're doing. I want you to think about this. At some fucking point, you got to be responsible for your actions. At some fucking point. You're the ones who bring these bastard children in here and then get the audacity to miseducate them, disenfranchise them, keep them away from their fathers. That's you. That's you. You goddamn right that's the picture, man. The mammy. The mammy monologues. That's the pride. That's how the world sees you. See, the world can look at us and we can still be stylish. One of the darlings of the intellectual world is Neil deGrasse Tyson. Who's your equivalent? Who's your equivalent? The WBA, the WNBA been out for 30 years. Who's your Michael Jordan? Who's your Larry Bird? Who's your Magic? Who's your LeBron? Your Kobe? You got a bunch of fucking whiners. Who's your intellectual fucking fucking what's her name? Bryant? The so-called doctor? Who's your intellectual? Where, where black intelligentsia do you have the equivalent of Neil deGrasse Tyson? Who's your equivalent? I'll wait. You got people like Jasmine Crockett doing TikTok dances while your constituency is starving. Your constituency is starving. We know statistically black men raise better kids than black women. But yet you're hell bent on letting that goddamn boy go to jail. You're hell bent. Oh. How many times have I said that about Condoleezza Rice? You hated that bitch. Y'all hated that bitch. Y'all hated Condoleezza, but you want a loudmouth, Bigfoot chick. You know who I'm talking about. Who who puts down her husband every chance she get with her soft-spoken 6'5" brother, who looks about as soft as Toll House cookies. I don't care what we just say. He is as soft as Toll House cookies. These are the type of people they want to exalt. Married to Black Jesus is never good enough. You can't even. I said this to Cerulean years ago. I don't care about the men they screw. Tell me about the men they create, they birth. Nobody wants to bring that up. How do you teach your boys? Do you think an Asian tiger mom will be okay with her sons being incarcerated or miseducated to the rate we do now? But I'm just an angry motherfucker, right? Let's look at. I'm glad you mentioned the name Michael. Let's go back to good times. Was Michael, who was obviously the smartest in the family, was he cultivated? Because I'm going to tell you something that might make a lot of Negroes mad with me, and I don't give a shit. Can't whoop my ass. Have you noticed that Florida Evans was the true villain of that series? Any and every time the family had a way to get out, she was the reason why they stayed in the ghetto. Remember the time when they found the money? Well, you gotta give it back, James. James. You gotta do the right thing. The right thing is taking the fucking money and taking care of your goddamn family. Florida was the issue of why they were in immortal poverty. Even the white Jesus. I'm glad you said it. Even the white Jesus. Did you think the family who knew that Michael was gifted, who knew that JJ was gifted, if you really think about the Evans children, each one of them were gifted in their own way. JJ with the painting, Michael with his intellectualism, Thelma with her acting and her, obviously not her cooking, but at least her acting and singing, and in some ways her beauty. But they never cultivated those children to the heights of what they could do. There was no real sacrifice because there was so much love with poverty. If she's happier gossiping with the goddamn neighbor than making sure her sons and her daughters had a righteous way of living and growing. This is the why she is the enemy. Remember when JJ got the money for doing the painting and he was forced to give the money to Thelma for her cop? That is the black community. That is the black community in a nutshell. Tell me, where the fuck does the black community get this fucking money from? And where do we get it to? I'll wait. I'll wait. Where's your money going? Your talent is funding somebody else's fucking lifestyle. Your talent is made for somebody else to do well. You don't have any dreams. You don't have any aspirations. You're just a dodo bird. You telling you the saddest shit about our community is what? We're not communal. You're not communal. Everywhere you see single motherhood, you see death and destruction. Am I lying? Because if I'm lying, Please correct me. For some odd reason, we will dismantle programs for young black boys and then wonder why they're not achieving. Charles, I don't think this is fair. Let it not be. But let it be spoken at least. Let it be spoken. Only 10% of black boys, it's now down to 8 or 7 now, are reading on grade level. Blame the mothers. Get with the goddamn mothers. This stud chick tried to tell me, well, the father's leaving. No, they're not. The mothers are keeping the children away from the fathers. Y'all know it. And then who are they choosing for fathers? They're not choosing good men. Y'all don't even know what a good man is. What's good to you is not good to the world. We're not pitching. We don't see this righteous woman. Got a whole damn community addicted to what? Poverty. Addicted to poverty. Addicted to fucking mediocrity. Obsolescence. We don't cultivate winners. We love our goddamn losers. You're comfortable having a loser son in your basement not working. Why? Because you don't need a man. If you birth a son, I don't need a man. I don't need a man now. Remember that? I don't need a man. You made that a self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't need a man. So you invent forever boys. You been hit the cash apps. A lot of you don't even know why I'm frustrated. I've seen this shit day in and day out. Not only as a black boy growing up in Baltimore, East Baltimore, but as a goddamn soldier, and then as a cop returning back to Baltimore. And I keep hearing these narratives that the father, the father, the father, the father. Who the fuck raising the motherfuckers if the father's not there? Law said I was forced to read everything when they wanted to keep me back a grade. My parents were on my ass. By the sixth grade, I was reading at college level. So was I. I know that feeling. Most times, this is one of the biggest reasons you probably connected to my show, because you've probably seen a lot of that, and I've definitely seen a lot of that in you and me. Your intelligence will not be appreciated. You'll find chicks who would rather fuck you than make you a sandwich. Intellectual prowess be damned in our community. But because you're elevated of intellectual gifts, you're the threat. You are a threat. Who's ready for this goddamn panel? Like, share, subscribe, give me my woos, and goddamn it, post your favorite drink in the goddamn chat. I like some audience participation. There's no way in hell you're gonna blame the commander who's not there when the person who's commanding now is keeping the current bullshit going. What did my man say in South Park? I call shenanigans. I call fucking shenanigans on this shit. God damn it, I call shenanigans. I refuse. I from God knows when. I refuse to be mediocre. I refuse to hear somebody give me some erroneous bullshit when it comes to black men. Yeah, we got our shit, we got our issues. That's the fuck we do. We don't work well together. Go back in my archives when I talked about the things that black men don't do well. And I purposely did the things black men don't do well first before I did the things that black women don't do so well on. Because I know what happened. Them bitches, as soon as they came up there, when they saw the man, and I'm getting on the men accepted it. But as soon as I talk about the females, guess who got mad? But I had to tell them, when the fuck did you say anything when I was talking about the men? And they all had to bow down and shut the fuck up. For some odd reason, people don't like it when the truth is being spoken. But they sure as hell can't defend it. Sure as hell not. And you know me, I love being brutally honest. Hold me accountable, make me a better person. Ladies and gentlemen, we are joined by the truth that is.
What'd you call me?
I said we are joined by the truth that is absolutely bitter.
Oh. Why do I hear you in stereo? I hear myself in stereo. I'm getting feedback.
Yeah, I don't know. It's this new thing that they got in StreamYards.
Yeah. So, first off, sorry, I didn't mean to have the crash out in your last live, but
Hey, that's what live are for good times, for bad times. Kiki color.
I mean, I'm too old for this crap. I'm too old for this crap. This lack of responsibility where you think that committing a crime is legal. You're talking about, I'm speaking in general. Your main focus is about people that either you don't qualify for or they feel that you're beneath them because you don't qualify for them. And there's no changing of the minds. This is the one thing that we fail to understand. I mean, look at how we try to talk to, or used to try to talk to Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
What good did that do? What good did that do? We're powerless in situations outside of us. You can inform all you want to. And I think this is where I get frustrated at, is because you can't, okay, disprove it. I try to be factual. Disprove it. If I'm wrong, I'll admit that. And we'll go through it together. But the state that we're in right now, there is no survival. We are what they would call on the plantation useless eaters. Okay. Thanks. Echo cancellation. All right. There we go. We're pretty much useless eaters on the political spectrum.
Yeah, that's how I felt for years. Every time you get a bit of information, you try to serve it to your brethren, your sisters, and you get spit upon, of course, figuratively, in the face.
Well, look at Dr. Claude Anderson. Look at, I mean, I know Lewis, I use that a lot, but look at what he did after he tried to help the people out in Detroit. What did he do? You remember?
What's that?
He took his ball and went home.
And you can't blame him. He's solid generation. He's got to be damn near 90, if not in his 90s.
Opened up a fish cannery on the coast of Carolinas. Called it a day.
When you look at black people, we have taken the position of being forever losers. It's it's like coaching a team that has the capabilities of winning, but they refuse to do anything to win.
Too many Umars.
Too
Not
many.
enough Andersons.
Exactly.
Dave and Claude.
We're so obsessed with prosperity preaching, whether if it's pro-black, Baptist, apostolic. We're so obsessed. We're hearing the good news instead of getting the message through.
Well, bad news is either hate or is either hate or racism. The truth is never truly accepted.
No.
Because we were raised by people who failed to claim responsibility, and it's trickled down to us. This is why it's like it makes me giggle snort when you have people that quote what they call the Godfather, Kevin Samuels, but they're anti-female, anti-relationship, because Kevin Samuels is all about marriage and relationships and building the family legacy. So you quote him, but you don't really believe in his message. Does that make any sense?
It makes sense. It's like that one time with Paul. You saw these group of people seeing Paul cast out demons, and they thought they could do it for profit and money. The demon actually talked to them and said, "I know Jesus, I know Paul, but who are you?" And the demon proceeded to whoop their ass. You're not a true follower of somebody's doctrine if you pick and choose what you're going to follow. Am I making sense?
Yeah. Yeah. That's why you don't follow.
Exactly.
You can listen, you can learn, but to be a follower, that's a weakness within you, because you're looking at this person as a holy figure. You understand?
Beyond reproach.
Yeah. And it's like, hold on. Like, number one, your word is not law. Everything you say isn't true. If you can't take criticism without challenge, then that's, again, that's an Umar thing. You understand why sometimes I mention him? He's an allegory.
Yeah.
He's an allegory. He's a walking, living allegory.
It's a contradiction.
We can't have that. But unfortunately, that's all we have that is of the loudest voice. Now, Dave Anderson is starting to make some noise. You understand? But he's on that Lapeef network. He needs to come up off of that.
There will be no
growth.
There would be no growth for him.
Right. There's no growth there. I mean, I don't think he's yet to get into it with Jazz with her pro-blackness. I don't think he's yet to get into it with her, but I mean, it's just like what's his name? What's the dude's name? Where Mark Lamont Hill is now working for him.
Yeah.
Joe Budden.
Yeah.
There's no growth there for Joe Budden with having a Mark Lamont Hill on there, because his skinning and grinning coonery in idiocy will be the death of him.
Yeah.
Just like the dude told him, like, yeah, you trying to use tricky words. Like everybody knew what dude meant by that. Like, you're trying to slick talk me by using a bunch of, fancy words, $20 words. You not slick. Like, everybody here, bruh, I understand. I may not know the definition of what you're saying, but based on how you're talking to me, your tone, I know you trying to be slick.
And
don't make me get up and kick your ass.
And that's the part that people are missing. It's the fact that we used to have the same discussions in the same rooms, but the difference was I can physically do something to you.
Right.
It could be.
Like Dave Anderson, he said he spoke to the Black Republicans and he told them to their face, like, man, y'all lack bass in your voice, and you're definitely the kids that I beat up and took their lunch money from growing up.
Mm-hmm.
Your manhood is in question. This is why the BC, and I use that parentheses, quotation, excuse me, the Black community, this is why they treat you the way that they treat you. You understand? They don't see you as one of them because you never came out and dealt with life in the slave quarters areas.
There was no genuine back and forth.
Right. They see you as weak and soft, not knowing that in all honesty, these are the people that you need in order to get the jobs that you need and have the growth that you feel that the BC needs. But the thing is, you ostracize them as children, so therefore they abandon you. They, with reckless abandon, they abandon you. And had you been paying any attention, in all honesty, you should make peace with them and figure out how to get this money legally. So therefore you have value in society. But I don't know what I'm talking about.
Nope, surely don't. Another word from the Jigaboo Junction. It's a dichotomy. You have the so-called hood that has its values. Because, one, if you had an educated guy who could get you out of fucking prison, or who can help you with your health issues, which is something that's really detriment in our community, would you say? We don't take that very, very well.
Connections.
We don't work well together. That's one of the arching issues with black men. We all try to sit around seeing who got the biggest dick. We're all trying to fucking argue with each other. There's no connections. There's no working together. You kind of wish that motherfuckers could save themselves. What did Jarrell say to Kal-El? They could be a great people if they wish to be. But you get the notions that you like where you are. You like where you're seated. This is the reason why your women have gotten off the hook with this shit. They will sabotage every endeavor you have to keep their seat of power.
The beauty of that is that it's now been stripped. Come January 1st, they got 2 years. 2 years to figure it out.
And guess what?
It's already happening for some of them.
Why should we care?
You know, the government can't force you to take care of your children. I mean, they can make it easier for you to see your children, wiping away that whole adage, why do I have to fight to see my kids? I mean, Kentucky did it with the 50-50 law. The only way you're going to repair this shit is you have to restore the black family, which is in such disrepair. I mean, I've said a broken record. It's gonna take 2 generations. You got to shake off this current self-absorbed, self-aggrandizing, narcissistic prostitute personality. You have to shake that off, which I would say would begin in like 2027, 2028, when they can no longer rely on the government to subsidize their lifestyle. Because, okay, like you take the Passport Bros, right? Their biggest thing was going overseas to meet what they would call better women, better attitude women. They have the old school, old fashioned attitudes, because there is no welfare office in Beirut. You know what I'm saying? There is no safety net for adult females, whether you have children or not. You have to get it out the mud just like the men do. So it's best that you work together. So I get that. And with what's going on with that big beautiful bill within that within that 2-year period, we're going back to that sort of lifestyle like before 1965, before 1970. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Right. So it's like you're gonna see with the kids that are here today, degeneracy, mainly prostitution and theft. You're gonna see that depending on what they do with the crime bill, you'll probably see a lot more prostitution and negotiating, dating, or whatnot. But their kids will see the mistakes made within the past 2 generations and be like, no, fuck that. Yo, who told y'all listen to people say that y'all didn't need a man? Are you stupid?
I'm thinking to myself, the water has been polluted so fucking viciously that I think they're a lost cause.
Yeah. It's gonna take 2 generations to clean it up. Because you're gonna need a generation that's gonna have to come up knowing that, you know, this ain't the it'll bring shame back and realize that it's not a hustle. You understand? It'll be easier to pair up than it is to set yourself up for this financial trap. It'll be a temporary thing. There'll still be a hustle. There'll be like a good school hustle, you know, like what's going on right now. Of course, you know, they're talking about giving $5,000 per newborn, you know. So, I mean, you might see and then you get 2 years. So you might see a quick little hustle with that. But after 2 years, then if you don't get something, a degree in something that's popping or is going to be popping in the job market for at least the next 10, 15 years, then you're talking about living in abject poverty. You understand?
Yeah.
Right. So that next generation, they're going to be like, this ain't the welfare thing, ain't no hustle. Getting up with a good dude that's got a good job, that's the better hustle. Plus, no telling where the divorce laws will be by then. You see how they're changing already. Kentucky, they got the 50-50 law that's getting ready to spread. Tennessee got the DNA at birth law that's getting ready to spread. You got Trump with the child support law, where if you paying child support, you can file the kid on your taxes, not the person, aka your baby mama. You understand? So you see the laws are changing. No telling where they'll be in the next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. It'll probably be more in favor of trying to keep families together as far as trying to tear them apart.
Well, you have to, because if you notice, the top 5 families in America are what? Married.
Yeah. When I do the bartending parties or whatnot, I'm either doing Indian or white. And I'm in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? I do more white parties than I do anybody. White, and then the close second is the Indians.
And I bet they tip better,
parties.
don't they?
Huh?
And they tip very well, don't they?
No. The whites do, the Indians don't. I gotta put the fake $5 bills in my tip cup just to get them started. You know what I'm saying? Just to get because they see the money. Well, let me tip. If not, if they see the tip jars empty, they won't tip. They won't tip. They can be some stingy bastards. No, but the white folks tip. The white folks tip. But we do the last black party, you right up y'all alley as far as talking point. The last black wedding reception that I worked, it was this black chick in her like late 30s, maybe early 40s. She had a 10-year-old son, sharp as a tack. You know, I mean, this dude was a Poindexter, had his own business. He was hustling candy sales and everything. Very smart. She was marrying this dude who looked like he came straight from prison. Neck tattoo and everything. Him and his homeboys, all from the hood. So after the ceremony, when I was setting up for my bar, I'm ready to go, and I'm looking at the people. It was like 8 tables there, right? 4 of them were completely empty. As was half of the chairs in the pretty much the whole side of chairs during the ceremony. Now, whose side of the family you think didn't show up?
The wife,
Why?
because bitches be hating and they poor.
She completely alienated her people.
And she's not from that. She's not from the same culture as her newlywed.
Right. Like you like your degree, you have a good job, you got this smart son, he going to private school, and you marrying street trash. I disapprove.
And this is the reason why I constantly say I will never pay for anything a lesser man got for free.
Got what?
I will never pay for anything a lesser man has gotten for free.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it was like that was the most painful wedding reception I'd ever worked in my life. I mean, I've seen some doozies, some fun ones, but that one was painful because it looked like it was just maybe like her close friend, maybe her sister, and a coworker showed up for her, but the rest of her family straight up ghosted. I was shockingly amazed. Shockingly amazed.
What's going on, Charles?
Back when we worked.
What's going on, Lou?
What's up,
Oh,
babe?
look at Beige Ranger.
Beige Ranger.
I'm being white right now.
With quarter
No,
length.
this is my V-neck sweater.
Oh,
I'm gonna make that great again.
Your V-neck, I might put on the cardigan, might get a little pullover, a quarter zip sweater. Oh,
For y'all that's not familiar, there was some chick, dark-skinned chick with blonde hair and some contacts talking about some black men in suits in quarter lengths are white supremacists to her.
and guess what? How does she look? Was she attractive?
Hell no.
I'm gonna find a video right now.
She was gross looking. She was the type of chicks that a lot of these dudes complain about because, in all honesty, that's their level. It's just that their level don't find them attractive.
Yeah. It's crazy because I told this to a friend of mine. I hate dating apps because most of the chicks I see in my age group, I facially look better than. And it's sad. You're supposed to be the fair sex. What the fuck have you done to make you look like Dick Buckus?
All that makeup, all that toxic hair chemical.
All those pores and shit.
Yeah.
Clogging up your pores like a goddamn backed up toilet. You're right. Lost, you're right. Look like a multi-chin Snorlax.
Yeah, it do it bad. That shit, it tear up a black woman's skin bad. It aged them real bad.
I go to a goddamn college campus, or when I used to work at the mall, at the Apple store, all these 20-year-olds are hitting on me. And it was funny because one time you put this bowling shirt on because, I don't know, that was the uniform they wanted you to wear. And when I took off my shirt, because it was summertime, it was hot as shit outside, and I'm wearing like a t-shirt, like graphic tee underneath, and the coworkers at the goddamn Apple are looking at me like, my God, I didn't know.
Yo, Charles,
I
got the video. You want to play it?
Here comes Snorlax.
It's too woke, but I don't find the quarter zip shit funny because I also didn't find it funny a couple years ago when all those black men put on suits and then stood around in suits. I don't understand what men in general, but especially black men's obsession is with defining themselves by their clothing and not really actively doing any. It's not deeper than just like, well, we can put on suits. I can also put on a suit. What is the point that you're trying to make here?
You look like
It's like costume. Like, let's dress up
you
as
look like you put on a fucking
the social
football
idea
jersey.
of success or productivity or decent productive human being. I don't know. I don't even understand what y'all are trying to communicate to us. Y'all are constantly like essentially dressing up as white men. Like, that's
But you
kind
got
of
blonde
the
hair.
underlying idea.
You got
Suits,
blonde hair.
quarter zips, like associating yourself with this like stereotypically white style. Hello? Do y'all not see how that's one offensive to you as a black person?
How was that a white style?
Upholds white supremacy, but is also reductive of your like humanness. I don't know. It's like everything all the time with them. Nothing latches.
What's good, y'all? So I'm gonna get right into it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, let him say it.
All right.
Let him say it.
Part of me agrees with some of what she's saying, and part of me disagrees with some of what she's saying. I'm gonna start with what I disagree with. So, dressing for success is not dressing white necessarily. For some reason, we have a tendency to think that ghetto culture is the same as black culture, and it's not. Black people and black kingdoms in history and in just black individuals, we have success all in our lineage. We have, at one point, some of these African kingdoms, the Mali kingdom, the kingdom of Benin,
Oh, fuck Benin.
these were highly regarded kingdoms in the world. It's some of the reason why West Africa was invaded in the first place. So success is not a white thing. Prosperity is not a white thing. It's also a black thing too.
But what do you disagree
any
with?
culture could be prosperous, any race. But the part that I do agree with
Wait,
is
hold on. What
I
part
do
did he
think
disagree with?
We do listen. I got.
What part did he say he disagreed with?
Saying basically dressing like that is not black culture.
What is black culture?
But people fail to realize, where do we live?
We live in America.
And what is America?
American
Western
culture is Western culture.
Okay.
So what the fuck is? Well, I'm sorry. What the fuck do she say, or what the fuck do black people say is black folks dressing up?
Am I gonna go to a job interview in a dashiki or a thobe or something for some white man's establishment? No, you're gonna go in a suit, especially if you're in corporate America, right?
Yeah, you're
Or
gonna
if you're
dress
going for a regular job, you're gonna go in a shirt and tie for the most part. That's
Right.
considered respectable enough for whatever level of the job that you're going for. So
What is black man's fashion?
Jordans.
Air mattress propaganda. Exactly.
It
Air mattress propaganda.
and people don't even realize, and it was funny the other day I was looking at Judge Joe Brown and he was talking about it. Do anybody know where the fucking your dress suit came from?
Just that.
It came from the military uniform.
Exactly.
Your current business suit came from the military uniform. That's what military people in Europe used to wear.
But you got to remember that the military is a highly conservative arena, correct?
And look,
Yeah.
and Charles, and the movers and shakers of this world, what do they wear?
Business suits.
Okay. Enough said.
But yet, people look and react to you differently, yes, because of the way you dress. Sorry.
So what is black men's fashion?
Whatever the fuck a black man chooses to wear.
Yeah, whatever we decide what is cool for the, the time frame.
So in her world, black men's fashion is, and based on how she looks and what she would consider to qualify somebody as a black man, is you can see the tops of his ass cheeks because his jeans is pulled down some.
But she's young and dumb. Because I wish I had pictures, the old Polaroid pics. We used to go to the club. When you went to the club back in the day, I'm a Gen Xer. I'm 50. Telling my age. I turned 50 last week. Happy birthday to me, belated.
Y'all ain't getting no.
We used to get dressed up to go to the club.
Yeah, back in the 90s, you got dressed up.
Now, if you're on the street, you wearing your jeans, your sneakers, or what area of the U.S. you was in, and whatever that uniform of streetwear. I'm from Jersey, so we wore jeans and Timbs and fucking sweatshirts and polos or whatever, and your fitted cap. But when you went out, you got zooted and booted. What's up, Edward?
What's up, Ed?
Snowden.
Edward Snowden.
Yeah, I just kind of jumped in. So I don't know. I'm hearing y'all talk about dress code and what niggas wear versus what they supposed to wear. I mean, what I'll add to this is I always remember when Kevin Samuels was talking about having another style, and he wasn't saying you have to wear it everywhere. He was saying know how to put one on and wear that shit. And motherfuckers lost their mind. They thought, dudes like, we don't need to wear no suit. I mean, they saw that as an affront. I'm talking about motherfuckers over like 40 and over. At least 37, 35 and over. They just saw that to the front of who they were, the front to their identity. I remember shit like that. It's like, I don't like wearing sports coats, but I will wear, a vest and shirt and a tie. I have that. That's my style. So make that your own. And I fast forward to what's going on right now with the quarter zip thing, zip trend. And you got black women. To be fair, most black women are shutting down black women talking stupid. So I will acknowledge that. Like, even when I look at these comments, I'm seeing like 3/4 of them saying people like, bitch, sit your ass down. But I saw a video of a chick in a blonde weave literally getting angry about, I don't know what they just wear quarter zip for, why they trying to hide who they are. And I'm like, why are you so mad? Like, it was the same thing when they ran to. I'm like, yo, culturally, we need to call the herd, man. We really do.
Yo, Ed, back in the 90s, and before I went to the Marine Corps and when I got out, I was heavy into bowling. And we used to go to the bowling alleys and gamble if I wasn't in the league. And it's mostly an older gentleman's sport, blue collar hobby sport. And all the men, if they wore jeans, especially black men, their jeans were starched with a crease. They wore dress shoes and they wore a collar shirt or a sweater. You did not see no older men and what you see what younger men wore. That's what older men of that time wore. And even back then, men wore dress clothes. I remember my father when I was young. He always had slacks on. I only seen my father in dungarees once in my life. He always wore shoes, dress pants, and a dress shirt. Unless he was doing work in the house, he had those old Dickie style maintenance pants or whatever where he was getting dirty. That's what men used to wear back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, and I understand that part. And I don't really disagree with that. But my thing is, you got niggas 50 walking around like they still stuck in the 2000s.
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed called that inappropriate swag back in the day.
Yeah, and it's about having, dress game. It's about, and look, I get it. I'm not somebody who's going to dress out to go to, run errands. But at the same time, I know how to wear these things if I need to. You got folks that unless they go to a funeral or a wedding, they don't know how to put this stuff on. And it shows. It shows how many formal gatherings you've been to. It shows. And dudes like to hide behind, keep it real culture. Where black people wanted the last people to keep it real, but they'll charge it up to that. So that's the thing that jumped out on me. It was like the fact that this dude is trying to give you game on how to dress, and you're seeing this as a front to your reality or a front to your identity. So the fact you're that sensitive about it, when really he's telling you what you need to do, he just gives you a strong suggestion. And then understanding his channel before it popped off was really about that anyway. So, I mean, it's crazy, man. These dudes will die on these hills like real for real. They really will.
Let's tell the truth about this, right? Do you know how many black famous tailors we have?
No.
There's quite a few. Maybe not to us because, but when you look at so many shows and places where tailors and fashionistas, a lot of them are black. You can't get certain styles unless black people jazz it up. Look at the
I
zoot.
think Steve Harvey Taylor is a black man.
Look at the zoot suits.
That was actually one of the best advice he gave when he said how to alternate. It was like 3 suits, like 3-piece suits, and how to alternate them and turn them into like 440, like with ties, different stuff. That was probably one of the best piece of advice I ever heard come out of his mouth. I wish I need to find that clip because it was really good advice.
If you saw me at the Cigar Lounge Saturday, I'm wearing a jean jacket with the fake wool, shoe boots, some fitted jeans that actually stretch, so you could get the skinny jean look, but it's actually stretchy material. A goddamn sweater and a shirt and a V-neck shirt underneath. So you can be stylish, which is funny, but here's the problem. The reason why you have so much opposition against this type of dress is look who's not in the home. Your daddy makes you dress like a man. Your mama makes you look cute. Go around.
That's where that comes from. And that's another thing. That's what a lot of these niggas don't want to admit. You dress like what the bitches want you to look like.
And think about this.
You're letting them lead you.
Think about this, right? When you look at the average black guy dress, the problem is with a lot of them is that too many of them, they don't get the suit tailored. They don't know how to get the shit tailored. They don't know how to wear. First of all, rule of thumb, you don't wear suspenders with belts. Rule of thumb, too. You wear belts with vests.
I'm sorry, I just pictured that. I couldn't help but laugh. That looks so fucking stupid.
Say that again, Charles.
You don't
What?
You don't wear suspenders with belts. I've seen it. You don't wear, when you wear a vest, you're not supposed to wear a vest with a belt. You have suspenders.
That shit is wild. Go ahead. I'm sorry. That shit is wild.
There are certain types of styles from your American, your Italian, your British style of dress that a lot of you Negroes are not used to because guess what? You had 2 to 3 generations of women who can't even fucking sew. Nobody touches their kids' clothes anymore. You go into every time you go to prom, you see mom with them. You know how many times I have to tell mom, go back to the car? I'll do it. I don't like the way. This is the reason why your son will be a failure because you're trying to tell him how to dress in the arena of men. This is the reason why we have such delayed adulthood issues in our community.
Oh my God.
That delayed adulthood shit. A lot of that delayed adulthood shit is so they don't gotta be accountable. And it's really delayed accountability. That's really what it is. That's why these motherfuckers, because they still want to do what the fuck they want to do. But then they want to sit here and when they get in trouble about something, talk about, oh, I'm young, they're young. And they'll run that play until they're 30 and they'll try to push that past 30 if they can. But
Yeah.
Think about this. A lot of people don't even know you have a little device called a neck extender. If you have a neck like a cinder block, wrestler's neck, like I do, you can extend another inch to an inch and a half. And your tie will come. Hell, I even know how to make neckties and the bow ties.
Oh yeah, that's a lost art. Now, somebody had to help me. Their son put a tie on. I was like, you don't know how to put a tie on? I was like, damn, dude, 18. I'm like, really?
You know, AB,
Yeah.
you know how many mothers used to bring their sons to me so I could show them how to tie a tie?
I'm guessing over 30 now.
Since back in the day, because for the most part of my career, I always been in some part of management where I always had to wear a shirt and tie, and
Right.
people always see me in the neighborhood, and they used to bring their sons. I had so many ties, I used to give them away to the young kids. Like, here you go. Here's a couple.
Damn.
And to this day, like a couple weeks ago, I helped one of my co-workers how to show them how to tie a tie.
Mhm.
So I mean, that's things where they don't have fathers at home.
Yeah.
This is what happens when you take certain elements out your community. You damn it. Think about it. One time I had my wrestlers, and I said, for every time you mess up, you got 35 push-ups. about 170, they got that shit right.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Well, I feel that if there's going to be a manosphere, it needs to focus on manhood. I don't give a shit about Sharkeisha.
Nope.
How can I be a better man to qualify for who I need, not for who I lust after?
Right.
But you know, I mean, just the simple fact that, and maybe it's too early, but just the simple fact that Kevin Samuels, you never see any content of him telling men what type of cologne they should wear, where they can go to get these type of suits. You never see any of that. Any true black male improvement videos, even though he got a lot of them, you never see them. But all you see is, let's rag on women. All you see is those videos where, you know, a woman is getting checked.
Yeah.
Y'all been doing this shit for 5 years. At what point does the topic change?
One of the best, in my opinion, Kevin Samuels videos. The video is titled "Things That Your Father Should Have Taught You," and that, I think it's like 3 hours. And he showed everything from hygiene to brushing your shoes, polishing them, and what to wear. And that video doesn't have the views that it actually deserves.
Yeah. Because
like,
you know,
this is like a new thing that's kind of coming up. At the end of the day, man, like, at least for my channel, you're not going to self-improve. I'm just going to say this straight up. You're not going to self-improve your way to a better community. The issue that we have at the macro level, the self-improvement is a micro concept. It is to create your better outcomes for you. But if you have a macro problem, that will not be solved by a micro concept. So the reason why we don't talk to women and why we talk to the dudes is because the dudes are fucking programmed. The dudes are programmed for servitude. So when people do talk about self-improvement, I'm talking about content creators here. They are telling these guys to self-improve so they can go serve a bitch. That's why they leave it. And I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm saying that's what content creators are really pushed at. That's why they're ambiguous about it, because they know what programming these guys have. So they're going to self-improve so they can go be a good step.
No,
And
that's not the hold on, Ed. That's not the end result. That's not the end result. The whole point is that you are look, in order for you to obtain your goals, the best thing, you can't obtain your goals by being the worst version of yourself. You become the best version of yourself, disciplined, polished, sharp. And then hold on. And then the things that you
so
want.
what you're saying is,
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Hold on.
That way, whatever you want.
Hold on. Bay, finish your statement, then Ed, you can respond.
Yeah, I'm almost done. That way you can get anything that you want, even if that may be your focus. And ain't nobody saying, well, go out here and be a stepfather. I don't even care what you do. But for those who are so concerned about Akeisha, well, then that's for them. It ain't got to be for, it's not for everybody. It's just for them who entertain that. You understand?
but the problem, here's the real issue, though. The issue is there is I'm one of the better ones when it comes to telling you where content is. The reality is, at the end of the day, people can talk about what the fuck they want to talk about. I don't understand. Like, it's commentary about saying, well, you niggas need to be telling these niggas how to fucking self-improve. The reality is, these motherfuckers need to go to niggas in their own family to do that. It is not my job. I do this damn near free. I didn't get paid a whole bunch of money to do this. And you know what? I'm gonna tell you something. I can't stand Myron or Fresh and Fit. But the reality is, even Fresh and Fit will have, what's the dude's name from Rich Dad Poor Dad? They have whole segments on getting your finances together. The problem is people choose to not look at that shit. So even if you put that out there, if they don't look at it, that's not our problem. That's their problem. And the reality is that the argument is that we're supposed to tell if 100% of the space told black men self-improve, then the niggas that don't self-improve are just don't have no choice but to self-improve. That's not what's gonna happen. What's gonna happen is they're gonna start watching hip-hop shit and other shit to entertain themselves.
Well,
it's not our fault. They don't choose to do that to create their outcome. Because even BGS will tell you to make will tell you to take marketing calls in order to learn how to accept rejection, so you can go get the women that you want to get from a perspective of being able to handle rejection. Cousin T-Talk, I shared you by the name of the dump, which does a lot of stuff. The issue is not that people are not telling people to self-improve. The issue is they don't give a fuck about that type of content.
Well, you got to understand this, right? Even Jesus Christ said, I'm not going to be able to save everybody in the world. And when we look at our best and brightest is not the 80 percentile, is it?
No.
We got to stop looking at it like that.
Yeah.
First and foremost, there's a reason why we have this space. Let me break this shit down for a minute. Because most of the niggas don't understand what the fuck we see, or they lie about it openly because they're scared they might not get pussy.
Yeah, that's a cultural issue. And so saying, well, self-improve,
that's the reason why I talk
most of these niggas don't want to date outside their race anyway. So when you tell them to self-improve, you got to get real clear about where a lot of these guys are. And the problem is this idea of if you just self-improve and date out. These niggas don't believe in that. They don't.
Because most niggas, I just asked my homeboy, who's like a brother to me in the department. He was remember the January 6th when I was giving y'all live coverage? He was in the midst of it when it happened. That's why I could tell you when the news was lying. Connections. Black man, do we got them? Now, what we have to see is this. When I ask, why are black men obsessed with fat women? And he says, maybe it's because they think fat women have low self-esteem. And I gave him another food for thought. Is it really because black men really have low self-esteem? Who has lower self-esteem than a Negro?
Nobody.
I want you to think about that.
The American Negro.
The American Negro, when you mean Negro, that just means American Negro anyway, because they'll call it African by where he's from. The American Negro, the American Negro is a dichotomy among itself.
You can't even compare these niggas to non-fuck back bitches.
And this is the thing, because my homeboy was saying, I would sound insulted because my wife's a bigger woman. You know what's funny? His wife had their last child when she was like 42, 43. Do you know she lost so much weight because of exercise and discipline in her eating, and she's a chef. She's a trained chef for her business, even though she works for, a Catholic organization. She was so disciplined that she lost so much weight, I didn't even recognize her.
Hey, Charles, BGS is backstage.
Hold up. Before we get you, we got to do it right. Got to do you right. I always like fucking with BGS.
That nigga for 180 pounds underweight. That's what we dealing with.
Hold up. Here you go, BGS.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
Yeah. The reason that Charles knows the reason that black men like heavier women is because you're socialized like that.
Yeah.
True.
That's what you're socialized to. Okay. Yeah. Black women socialize themselves to be heavier.
But the reason I brought that up was because of the self-improvement argument. So the why, I mean, but if you're dealing with a heavier woman, you're going to be less motivated to self-improve.
Well, the thing is, okay. The thing is,
argument.
The thing is, okay. The thing is, what people don't understand, because I'm the one that gave Kevin the assignment to actually do this kind of crap. Okay, in the beginning, Charles was there when I actually did it. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is, you're dealing with 200 years of socialization. You don't unbrainwash a whole group of people overnight. It doesn't start like that. Okay. One thing that's starting to happen. Okay. That you see that especially amongst the young people, okay, is that Kevin's message that he did for over 6-7 years is starting to take hold with the quarter zip movement.
Yes.
You're starting to see it, okay, but it takes time, okay. The whole people don't understand about the manosphere period, okay. Keisha is your fucking problem. Your mother's your problem. The women that run your society is your problem. We're talking about from the freaking from politics to the academy all the way down to the hood. Okay, that's your problem. That's how come they flock to us. They need to understand her and get unbrainwashed. So why we talking about Keisha? Because Keisha is your number one problem. So you can self-improvement is not that hard if you get Keisha out of your way and on board.
Yeah.
And you can self-improve your way out of that as a
No,
group.
you can't. We never have.
I mean, I found when I understood it was a culture issue.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you can create more output. And see, this is where it's like people sound like they're anti-self-improvement. I've had people send me emails, I've had discourse. I mean, I've got people telling people to get into IT and all of that to increase their finances.
Yeah.
I put it down when it comes to quality of life, health, money, time, freedom, relate. I'm not the one that came up with that, but just bringing that into space so it's clear. Because when people say self-improve, it's very ambiguous. And that's what I don't like about that. People think that.
Wait.
It doesn't work.
Hold on, because do understand, self-improvement is how we had respectability coming out of slavery. It was self-improvement that got us the Tulsas and the Rosewoods and whatnot. You had a whole lot of black cities and towns and neighborhoods because we had the skills to pay the bills. you know, thanks to the lazy white man.
You had to have it. You had to have it to
We had
survive.
self-improvement. If you look back,
Let him finish.
if you look back at the pictures pre-65, 70s, pre-80s, really,
Mhm.
we were always, you know, suited and booted. There was no pants sagging 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. There was none of that. You understand? Self-improvement should be just so you can feel good about yourself. Do you really feel good about yourself being, I'm speaking in general, being a fat slob with health problems and living in a fucking garbage-filled house?
So what happened?
Does that make you feel good?
What happened? So
Rather
what happened?
care of yourself. Take care of your living quarters, your health,
Okay.
diet, you know, the way you dress,
Okay.
the way you
What
live.
happened was you took
Ain't nobody talking about doing it for no fucking Keisha. You do
Okay.
this for your own self
We've
betterment.
been talking about Keisha back then, man.
Fuck
We went
Keisha.
back- You,
Fuck
no,
Keisha.
you can't fuck Keisha, otherwise you don't have a community if you fuck Keisha. You have
Who cares? The community is dead.
you have to. You have to. You
What
have to.
community?
You
What
have
community?
to. You have
Where's the
to.
community? Can you show it to me?
Well,
I
so-
want to say this real quick.
Hold on a second. So improve for what? If you
For
don't have a community?
yourself. I just said it.
No,
6 times.
you don't exist by yourself. You don't exist by yourself.
Improve for yourself.
You don't
And
exist by yourself.
as Ed was saying, you got black men who are afraid to date out. That's them. I don't give a shit what they do.
Why are they afraid to date out?
Community, dude.
Why are they afraid to date out? No. Hold on a second.
They've
Why
been
are they,
brainwashed to
why are
think
they
that-
afraid to
One
date
at
out?
a
I'm
time.
answering your question. They've been brainwashed to think
They've been brainwashed. Exactly. How do you unbrainwash people?
you broaden their horizons.
So you have to attack the problem. Okay.
But keep it all in real.
Okay,
Like,
so how do you broaden your horizons if you don't improve?
We've already done it, man. The black manosphere has already done it. We've already done it. Yes, we have. We already done it. We already have done it.
We is a small. We
Yes, we
is
have.
a small few.
The black manosphere has already done it.
It's a small few.
It doesn't matter because it's small. It doesn't take that many. Okay.
It don't right because you know what? If you do it for yourself, you will improve yourself, right?
No,
Your dating options will improve. Your social circle will improve. Your job prospects will improve, right? Your neighborhood will improve.
The thing is, the black manosphere and the manosphere has nothing to prove. We've already done our shit. Okay, it's already been done. What we set out, what we set out to do from 2015 on has already been done and exceeded. Okay?
Then why are your voting blocks 72% Democrat? I'm sorry, 77.
Because change does not happen overnight. It doesn't happen with a thunderclap.
Okay, so how does change happen? Does change happen with self-improvement and broadening one's horizon?
Where does self-improvement actually start? Where does it start?
With self.
Not with self. In your mind first. You have to change what?
You have
your
to
mind
change
first. You have to change your mind first before you can actually self-improve, right? Okay.
Right. Yeah.
You have to change your worldview before you can actually self-improve, right? Okay.
Right.
That's what the black manosphere and the manosphere is all about. Basically, and Ed can tell you, okay, we tell black men all the time, the hell with Keisha, okay? You need to do for yourself and live for yourself and basically unlearn what you've already learned. But if you don't tell them what they've already learned is holding them back, they don't know, they don't recognize some change that's on them. You have to let them know.
Out of the black man.
You know what's funny? Why do I've said it before and I've said it again.
The black manosphere is successful, boss. I don't know what you're talking about.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've told dudes one of the reasons why I support.
Ed, you dropped out.
Yeah.
Okay. Where the hell do you think the the Ice Cube effect came from? That was Dr. Neil out of the black manosphere.
The Ice Cube
effect.
Oh, okay, Ed's back.
Abrams about the Ice Cube effect.
Hold on, Ed's back. Let him get his point off.
Get them out of when you get them out of the environment,
yeah,
it inspires them to actually want to get, it's not so much get their shit together, but it brings them into focus on what can I do to put myself in a position so I can keep on, you know, having the freedom of movement, having the freedom to be able to be in an environment that values you. A lot of dudes don't know what they don't know, because the problem is when you talk like you got a kid that you're controlling, like I'm not, but you say will work if you can control their environment. That's not what we're dealing with. You're dealing with an environment that is pushing back on what you like. They even the self-improvement thing. These females do not, and when I say why is that important? That is important because they have political power that can shut down the money and shut down a lot of stuff. They do not want males in power. They don't. And they and it's self-improved black man that is not serving them is a dangerous black man. And they will use the white man, they will use levers in order to cut that shit out. They will. And they have. And so this is not something where, and so even when dudes say self-improve, that's why I brought the stepfather thing. In their mind, they don't have the motivation because they're in the environment that they're in. So it's harder to shock them out of the system. So you're making it like it's really simple. It's not. Saying self-improve is not going to change their brain chemistry out of Keisha. It's not going to defeat the winner championship. Otherwise, that's what I would be pushing.
That's true.
Well, that's why we were talking about broadening the horizons. I mean, for all of the passport talk that was going on, you know, a lot of these dudes haven't even left the city, and they're in their 40s. You understand?
Okay.
I mean, they can't. They're not. They don't even have passports. They're not looking to expand themselves. Again, that's why you got a 77% Democratic voting rate.
What was it
in the
before?
previous election.
What was it before?
Shit, it was probably more than that.
It was not, okay.
How much was it? How much was it for Biden?
For
black
Biden,
male?
with Biden, it was blackmail was it 82%?
Let's look it up.
Black men vote Democrat because they
Because under Obama was like 96-97%. Okay,
Right.
And so in less than 20 years, it's gone down to 72. That's a big drop, man.
80%.
yeah, and a lot of that will be taken care of generational movement.
What
Yeah,
time? What time?
80%.
Hold on.
It's 80%.
You're looking at a 3% decrease.
If it's 72 now, that's an 8% drop, right? What was it?
77.
Okay, that's a lot, man. That's a lot.
3% is a lot, but it's
a lot.
really not. It's not even really a
It's
dent.
a lot.
It's barely a dent.
Politics.
It's
Like that,
barely.
I mean, a lot of black men vote Democrat to support black women. It ain't got to
You
do with
want
how
to know? You know
Look under Obama. Look under Obama. What was under Obama?
I mean, of course, black men don't vote for Obama, but
Oh, look under Hillary. Look under Hillary then.
We're talking about the deficit.
Look under Hillary then.
We're talking
Look at
about
Hillary.
deficit. We're talking about deficit, not a plus.
Oh,
My
man.
point is, a real dent is like 60%. That's a dent.
That's not going to happen, man. In short period of time.
Exactly.
It's not going to happen.
You're not going to get a dent. You're not going to get a dent. You're going to continue to get, because I'm independent. I claim independent. I didn't even I voted for Jill Stein. I didn't vote Trump because I knew he was going to win, so it didn't even matter.
So let him finish. Let him finish.
I'm just saying.
Because I've been doing this shit a long time. Let him finish.
A real dent would be 60%, or better yet, even 70%.
Okay.
But a real dent, stand up and show something would be 60%, because that was the second lowest number that voted Democrat in the election. That was by Hispanic women.
Okay. So why are the Democrats panicking right now about the black male vote? If there's no dent, there's no big deal.
More than likely because of what Trump is doing with his immigration policy.
And they do it. Okay. All right.
2027, you're gonna see a lot of ghost towns. I mean, you already see what they're getting ready to do to Dearborn. You're ready to see what happened with Minnesota. You already see what's going on in the Carolinas. You know, I mean, trust me, they're gonna come back in force in Chicago. They're not done with Chicago. So the big boy will be in your backyard out there in California. That's
Okay.
gonna be the big. That's gonna be the big boy.
The thing is, if you understand politics, you understand these policies, okay, and you understand what Trump could do and what he's choosing to do, okay. There's a difference. Why did Obama actually deport more people than Trump has, or Trump probably will? Why do you think that is?
Obama wasn't worried about the vote. This is a whole different ball game. You talking about something that have no?
Nah, it had nothing to do with the vote. Okay,
Ten-
how
10
how
years
did Obama?
You're right. That's what I said. It had nothing to do with the vote.
How did Obama?
I'm answering your question.
Okay, well, answer the
It
question.
didn't matter. It didn't matter back then. I mean, just like nobody was talking about how he was the bomber in chief and all of that stuff. We as black people were more concerned about the weekly snuff films.
What is
that
about
was going on with our society and black?
What does that have to do with my question, though?
I'm telling you that nobody was concerned about him deporting anybody because nobody cared about the vote. That wasn't the purpose. That wasn't the poor purpose of him not deleting, but deporting illegals back then. That had nothing to do with that.
So how
this is a whole different ball game.
So how did Obama do it?
Like any other president would do it. Track him down and get him up out of here.
No, he didn't. He cut off the money.
Job was for.
He cut off the money.
Trump cut off the money.
Trump didn't cut off the money. No, he didn't.
He did cut off the money. What are you talking about?
If he cut off the money, he would go after hold on. Let me finish. Let me finish. Okay, he would cut off the fucking employers employing these people. That's what he would do. Trump hasn't done that.
Wait a minute. When I say he cut off the money, the one thing that did, he cut off the Social Security numbers. He killed those Social Security numbers. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Why are they still working?
Then who? Wait.
Why are they still working?
Wait. Excuse me. Then who, over the millions that were over the ages of 120 years old, who had those Social Security numbers?
It was Latinos, okay, but then
right. So he killed. Wait a minute. No. So he killed the Social Security numbers.
Okay.
Killed their money from that, and then once Elon left Doge, they got more than read access the next day, and they started working backwards, killing off all of the double active Social Security numbers. The newer, the better. The newer, the better. This is why you got over 1 million of them who have already self-deported through the CP.
Why are they still working?
Because you still have people who are stubborn. It's just like if you tell your child, stay out of the cookie jar at midnight, they go out in the hallway in the kitchen at midnight and go ahead and catch them with
if you know where these people are working and you send somebody to the employer, okay, just like they did with the what is it, the
Carolinas?
No,
down here in Georgia.
What plant was that? What plant was that down there?
The Hyundai plant. Yeah,
Hyundai plant. When they went and got after the employers, guess what happened to all them people?
They got sent back home.
They got sent back home. Exactly. You go after the employer. If you go after the employer, which is something that Obama did, you have twice the number of people going home. They're not gonna stay here and starve.
Okay. So that's a good thing.
Okay.
All right. Kudos to both presidents.
Right.
I don't understand the arguing point.
I'll mute up.
There's no arguing point.
The thing is that every president, every congressman, every politician has people they have to keep happy.
Yes.
So
and the money and the people with the money keep you happy. If they say we need these people because we need to make money off of their labor, he's going to overlook them.
Well, it doesn't look like they're being overlooked.
Yes, they are. The only reason the Hyundai plant got raided is because that white woman embarrassed them.
And who else? Who else got raided? You've got the plumbing company that got raided. You've got a bunch of construction companies got raided. You've got trucking businesses that are getting raided because thanks to the blockchain, people don't pay with cash no more. Blockchain. These people are getting found out through the blockchain system. That's why you're getting all of these massive raids, these fraud raids going on across the country.
If you go after an employer and says the DOJ is going to come after your business and IRS is going to come after your business if you keep employing these people, guess what the employer is going to do?
Oh, you saying taking away their business license? I 100% wholeheartedly agree with
That's
that.
what he's not doing. That's how come Obama, even though he didn't make all the noise, he quietly talked to the business people hiring these people. And that's why they were on buses going home. In fact, so much so they had to stop them because there were too many going home at
Well,
once.
we'll see what happens. I mean,
Yeah,
and
we'll
they,
see what
it hasn't even been a year. You know, you got the new the new budget for ICE and Department of Homeland Security that's coming out. They've already got the agents lined up, sworn in. They just haven't been called up yet. That's when you're going to see, instead of using the National Guard, they're just going to use ICE as full-scale raiders. And
Okay.
also this whole protest stuff, you
They're not-
already know that's about to
they're
get very nasty.
They're not going to just use ICE. They're going to use IRS agents.
I
because
said, yeah, that
that's
would
even
be better.
better.
Okay, but
People-
That's even better. For businesses, yes.
Because
Okay,
people
better.
don't realize IRS agents have arrestable authority.
But basically, when he went after those, remember Charles was saying when Trump went after those, went to those graduations and started with ICE and started raiding people. We were actually gonna get protests, and he knew he would. He wants the protests. He wants the noise.
Because
He's causing the noise. He knows it. He did it on
Yeah.
purpose.
the noise is giving him what he wants.
Even when he wants, yeah.
One, publicity, and two,
Yeah.
you're protesting. They got facial recognition programs.
I mean, but they know where these people are anyway. The thing is, this is politics. He wants the noise to say that I'm doing something. That's what he wants.
Well, something is being done. It's not like they're just putting cuffs on these people, driving around the block and letting them go.
You didn't hear what I said, but it's okay.
No, I know. I know
you
what
did.
you're saying.
No, you didn't. No, you
Yes,
didn't.
I did.
You didn't.
I'm just saying. This is why I don't like Pam Bondi, because she's arresting a lot of the capos, but none of the dons. Very few dons are getting arrested, and that's what's pissing off those of us who are watching her DOJ.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, when are you gonna start arresting the dons? Like, okay, you got the guy that sold the 400,000 Social Security numbers. You arrested him. You're arresting a couple of these judges. You're arresting the protesters, and I get it with them. Like with them arresting the Antifa members, you see they did away with the no cash bail. They did away with that. So they want to see who bonds them out, so that way they can just follow the money trail. You know, since quote unquote Antifa doesn't exist. But yeah, they're trying to follow the money trail because they're trying to go after the dons.
Who protects the dons?
The politicians.
The congressmen protected them. Senators and politicians protect the dons.
Unfortunately, there's not enough Democratic congressmen to protect these dons.
You think it's only just Democrats? Really? Interesting.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's some Republicans that are on the team.
Just some.
But you know what? Outside of like a Marjorie Taylor Greene or whatnot, I doubt very highly they would, in this climate, sacrifice themselves for these dons, because as you can see, the second you do that, you're quietly under federal investigation, because dude's not playing around.
Marjorie Taylor Greene only opened her freaking mouth is because they were kicking her out. She wouldn't have said that if she wasn't getting pushed out. She wouldn't have said a word.
Yeah, she brought that on herself.
Well, she might have, but the thing is, like I was telling AB, it's probably going to come out. It'll probably come out eventually. Here, I don't know what was in them files they got on her, but they showed that we got you on something. That's why she's leaving.
Yeah, she reneged real quick. Probably
she reneged quick. Otherwise, she just wouldn't run again.
Who was the chick down here in Georgia that ran for governor? Stacey Abrams.
Yeah.
Probably got on some Stacey Abrams type of shit.
Could be.
Notice you didn't hear that name in the media in a while.
I don't know what because she
they destroyed her.
Yeah,
they destroyed all her nonprofits. She got fined $300,000.
That all?
So, but the thing was, they got the money back, but they fined her NGO $300,000, which bankrupted all of her little operations.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't have the capital to cover it, so they bankrupted her.
Which is why they paid. They pushed Musk out of DC.
Mhm.
To stop the bleeding. That's why Musk is worth $1 trillion now, because they paid him to go away. You know, you can't you can really fuck up the church money, boss.
Yeah, my Tesla stocks look pretty good.
Yeah. Oh yeah. They knew how to get him out. Okay, and he left. Okay, he didn't say a word. Okay, a Doge is still there, but it's not as effective as if he was there. But they still uncovering stuff.
He said, I figured out how Stacey Abrams didn't become governor of Georgia
because look, Georgia's a red state. Don't let the blue cities fool you. Georgia is a red state. They haven't voted Democrat since 1994 with Clinton, and this whole thing with Biden, that was some bullshit. That's why Trump was like, "Hey, look, no, count them votes.
No, they counted them.
Count them votes. There's no way in hell I'm not Georgia."
They counted them. They counted them by hand.
Shit. Like, there's no way. You had the fire alarm go off in the counting room.
Trump was not going to get reelected with COVID raging like it was, man.
You know what? It's fine. Actually, it's kind of prophetic is how it's turned out, because he definitely came back smarter and stronger and determined.
And
Republicans up to win the presidency for the next 2 terms.
And your Democrats screwed up, man. Basically the Democrats, Trump really didn't win it. Okay?
Yeah, fuck the Confederacy. I care less about them.
About the Democrats?
Yeah, that's the Confederacy. I don't give a fuck
about
them.
It might be. These people run your country, man. We don't care about them.
Yeah, and look at the state we're in. It's so wonderful.
I wish you knew exactly how bad it was, but it's okay.
You think I don't know?
Oh, you could. There's a lot you don't know. The petrodollar is dead, boss. Basically, 2026 is going to be an awakening for a lot of people.
Yes,
it's starting to happen. Okay,
that's why you got the BBB.
Huh? So you have who?
Why you had the BBB?
What is BBB?
Big beautiful bill. That man knows what he's doing.
All right.
You know what he's doing.
All right.
You know what he's doing.
I'm gonna say this, folks. We got Lash in the building. Hey, Lash, you want to get in? And Mel is here as well.
Oh, gosh.
And we have BB here.
That's so hard.
In peace.
And by the way,
Jesus Christ.
I just had a nice conversation. The $40 special was funny.
Oh, wow.
I just talked to Lash the other day, and he was telling me about joining the military. But
okay.
I'll let you tell your story.
So I'm reaching out to recruiters, and I'm getting emails back, and I reached out to my office recruiter. And
just for context, how old are you?
25.
It's a little old. Yeah, it's okay. You're almost too old. But yeah.
30. What, for officer?
Even for the military. I mean, I think once you get past 25, your stock starts to go down.
Well, I know in the Marine Corps, 35 is the cutoff spot for officers.
I think the sweet spot is 30 for the military. But as far as an officer, unless you have to be extraordinary, you're going to be an officer, rank after like 25, 26.
He can do it.
But finish your story.
You have to be exceptional to do it, okay? Because they want to. Mella, please.
The story.
So I reach out to the officer recruiter, and she hits me with like these long lists of like it doesn't make sense. And she's like, I gotta have like a master's degree. I gotta have like 7 years.
Yes.
Then I was
you had to be extraordinary. Yeah.
Yeah, and I showed it to like other vets, and then I showed it to like thankfully I hit up one of the brothers from the conclave who was in the Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
He got me in contact with like a retired recruiter.
Mm-hmm.
And I told her what the list of like what they wanted, and she was like, "This don't make that seems excessive."
It is.
She said,
it is for your age, but for your age, you have to be extraordinary. That's what I'm saying. Go ahead.
Yeah, she said it's possible that they're just trying to kind of persuade me to go enlistment and just like kind of just settle for anything. So She kind of
Yeah, that's
suggested
what
that I
they're
reach
trying to
out.
do.
She said I should reach out to the senior master sergeant. So the officer recruiter. So I reach out to her, black female, ask for a senior master sergeant. She kind of gave me the runaround to say like, hey, like, you know, oh, I can, if you got any questions for me, like, what you need to get in contact with them. And I was like, and I just replied like, hey, I just need to get in contact with them specifically, just to get some more details. And I've yet to hear back from her.
Yeah,
And then also,
I had a guy that did. I think he was 26, and he went into officer school, became a captain, but he had a master's degree in finance.
Mm.
So what I'm saying is, after going through the process myself, okay, they want you young, okay. And when you get like 25, 26, okay, you should be on your way because the time that you have to actually learn is going to be limited. Okay, because if you want to be an officer, that means you in for at least 10 years. Okay,
Yeah.
and that's why they want them young.
And what degree do you have?
I got a BS computer science, and then I'm in Theo's class right now.
Okay. I like to ask a question. Is it possible that a person can transfer into an officer from enlisted service?
Yes,
It is, but it's a process.
It's called OCI.
Okay.
That's probably the best way to do it if you're going to be honest.
The best way is
That's the suggestion.
the best way is JROTC or the service academies.
Yeah.
OCS, when you already have a degree, they don't have enough motherfuckers with STEM degrees, which is bullshit because I would tell you go to another recruiter.
Yeah, that's what she told me too. So I reached out to another one right before the break, and I'm about to give him a call tomorrow.
Talk directly to the find out who is
the commander officer.
Who recruits for the tech department and talk to them directly.
And also
see if they have a need for you, because if they have a shortage, have a need for you, they can actually accelerate actually rubber stamp your paperwork.
And where would I go to look? Because I looked on the website and everything. You know, I looked to so I want to go I remember asking you on your AMA like, hey, like what should I go for? And you told me about hey, like you already in Theo's class, so maybe go for the money. So I'm looking at the cyber and intelligence department.
I'm gonna put you in intelligence. Number one, look who the commanding officer is. Speak to them. Go speak to your Congress. Your senator.
Yeah, that's true, Congressman.
Because what state do you live in?
Currently, I'm in Georgia, Atlanta.
Yeah.
If people are in charge of tech, they should. Basically, everybody that's in the government sector has to have a public presence. Okay, so you probably can go search it and find out who's who and what their job is, because it has to be public. So if you talk to somebody, especially your recruiter, they probably can go in on the website and look it up and see who the contact person is.
Yeah, you can use Google AI. You can use AI to just look it up. Just ask the question; they'll find the information for you.
And
you have to kill yourself.
And also surround yourself with a lot of black officers, because I'm going to tell you, with your degree, when you go to certain organizations, there's jealousy. Okay. And what was my answer to you when they said to go enlisted?
Tell him go fuck himself.
Exactly. Because if it was a white boy, they wouldn't do the same thing.
That's what my pops told me. He said, like, if you was a white boy, they would have scooped your ass up.
Okay.
Because they wouldn't have done that. Number two, if you're not talk to the senior enlisted person.
Yeah, I try to reach out to get the information, but she just gave me the runaround.
Once you give me the runaround, you lose my attention. You know,
the other workaround that I've seen people use, and it's slower, but you probably can use, is National Guard.
It's the same process.
But National Guard deals with civilians differently than they do with people trying to enlist.
It's the same people. You just have active components.
What I'm saying is, been around people in National Guard. It's a different process. Okay, it's actually easier to get into the National Guard.
I'm going to tell you why. It's the same process, the same recruiters, the same people. They have a quota for all this shit.
They do. They
That's
do.
that's
Yeah.
me. I knew.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying, okay. I work with tons of these guys they're in the National Guard. Okay, the process is going to be different. It's actually an easier route.
And then on
to
top of
get
that,
way in. Okay,
what branch were you looking towards?
Air Force.
Air Force is tougher.
Air Force. Air Force is going to be stringent a little bit.
Very
because
much so. Yeah.
They're gonna be a little stringent. I would
You
look
better
at
have that math test.
Yeah, so in other words, air it's harder to get into. It's really hard to get, because it's smaller and it's basically more intellect based. It's going to be tougher. It's
I
easier
would
He's
to
look.
gonna have
go
to
down further
do
down.
OCS.
I'm gonna look for. I would
That's
look.
what it sounds like.
I would
You
look.
might have to do OCS.
I would look for personally. I would look for one, go to another recruiter because they're full of shit. The ones that you have are full of shit. I don't care what
Yeah,
nobody
that
says.
recruiter was terrible.
They're full of shit because if you said I want to join the military, they're looking for bodies. Oh, you look fit. Would I go warrant officer? Well, it depends. Depends.
That's the question. Why would she turn them away?
Because she's a jerk.
Well,
Do you know how many women go to work mad? And they're just looking for somebody to take their frustrations out on? He was in front of the wrong person at the wrong time of the month for her.
Why would
Period.
he target?
Get you because he's black and male.
Maybe
Yeah, and
he
her
reminded her of
her name,
somebody.
her last name is Little. Just so.
and seeing is okay. The thing you got to remember, you're 25 and you're outside the profile. Okay, basically recruiters looking for kids from 17 to 22. Okay, and the further you get away from that profile, the less they look at you.
You know what, BGS? I wouldn't be surprised if she just didn't want to do the paperwork.
It's possible. What I'm saying is we don't know, so we have to go by what the profile is. What are the candidates that they actually really are looking for first, and then what do they go down to? And the further you get away from 22, the further down you go. The more you have to have more as you get older.
If you're saying to me, but you got somebody 20, the only reason I would tell somebody, go enlisted if you need to pay it back. Now, here's my thing. When you have a candidate who basically has a STEM degree already, which you should take them. If they wanted to, they will take you. You're running the wrong, and you need to go talk to your congressperson. Get them involved, because once that congressperson talks, everybody listens. Because they're gonna that motherfucker and say, okay, give me one reason why I don't have them.
Or she can put you in touch with the person that can say yes. But the thing is, just like any other recruiter, if you go for a job, it doesn't matter, right? Okay, you have a profile of the employee that you're looking for. Okay, that's why I'm saying he is outside that's why I said you're 25, you're outside the profile. Okay, were you 22? Okay, they probably would have took you already, but you're 25. Okay, you're outside their profile. So the thing is, now we have to dig into who you are, what you are, because one, you're not as malleable. Okay, that's number one. Okay, you've already been to college. You haven't been through. Had you gone through like ROTC or ROTC classes, you'd be inside the profile, but you're not. So the thing is, you're gonna have to. That's why I say you're gonna have to go find somebody on the outside, like a former recruiter, that will actually give you the deets. Is because of the inside. Is because you're outside the profile.
Yeah, so one of the brothers from the conclave, he got me in touch with a retired recruiter.
Retired. That's why I said retired. Yeah.
Crazy enough, she's the one that recruited him.
Yes.
And so now that she already saved my number and everything.
Yes.
And then she just told me like, hey, just keep me updated on what's happening. She told me that she's the one that told me to reach out to the senior master sergeant. Yes. And then find another recruiter.
Find a contact person. Okay, because you want to go into IT in the service, right? Okay.
Yes. Right? Cyber and intelligence.
Cyber intelligence. So try to find the contact person that's in charge of it, or somebody that's associated with it, because they can give you the inside of what they need and who they're looking for. Okay, and then you can actually update your resume and your profile to match that. And just like anything else, when they said, okay, we need this and this dude matches what we need, so let's give him a shot.
I'm gonna tell you this one. One, make sure you're in pristine condition, which you train, so you're in good condition. Number two, get your senator, write your senator, send them an email, let them know what your aspirations are, because guess what? You're at an advantage. Guess what season's coming up?
Yeah.
Voting season. They look if you keep their seats.
Oh yeah, next year elections in November. So
yeah, and also look while you're at it, when you're on the outside, also see if you can get your talents into place. CIA and NSA are always looking for people. Okay.
Yeah. And
so so they recruit. So they will recruit, and they can also give you an insight or a what is it, a suggestion, or even a recommendation to the military. So there's more ways. There's lots of ways to slice this cake.
And then also look at different branches.
Yes, yeah. Air Force is the toughest. I would, I would go Army. I would go Army first.
I would go Army because that's your largest branch that
Yes.
needs intelligence people.
Yes.
It's your largest branch, period. But they need people.
Well, let's ask him how he feels about that.
Yeah, crazy enough, a couple of one of the brothers growth talk with Kofa at the conclave. I kind of consulted with him about the situation because my pops, he was like, hey, like he's been kind of negging me about still pursuing the officer branch. I was like, because I kind of gave up on it a little bit, but then as I did more digging and everything, because my gut was like saying like, hey, we should probably still pursue this a little bit and still look into it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been doing the Mandelas like you told me. So I've been communicating back and forth between myself.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hit up Kofa, and then he told me like, hey, if we're gonna try our best to do with this Air Force, but if not, because he's currently in the Army right now. So he said like, if not, if you set on an officer, I can help you transfer all that, and we can get your process started with the Army.
As somebody that's gone through the process, okay, I'm gonna tell you, okay, and just taking the ASVAB test, okay. Basically, the order is Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force. Okay, Air Force is the hardest.
And probably Space Force.
It sure is.
Well, Air Force is Space Force, basically. Okay.
Well, they're gonna separate the little branches of branches, even though they're part of the Navy.
Having scored,
Air Force came after me because I maxed out my ASVAB.
Having scored exceptionally high in order to get that. Look, I appreciate that you're going to be an officer. I'm pronouncing this. What I want you to understand is you had an opportunity to critique, right? I asked, let's hear how he feels. I want you to understand, young man, you think, you don't feel, okay? Always think, don't feel. I want you to examine what's being told to you as it's spoken. And you're going to find yourself opening a whole new world of understanding. You have to recall that you are designed to think, not feel. That's what an officer does. They think, they don't feel. You are going to execute commands. You must think, not feel. I just want to say that out loud. Thank you guys for listening.
Don't forget to donate. That was Mella. But anyway, here's what I say. Don't give up on your dream being an officer. Because an officer is an officer is an officer. You all get paid the fucking thing. Your duties may be different, but I want you to always look at different options. You can always go Coast Guard. You can always go Army. Marines. Marines try to be difficult because they're difficult. And if it's intelligence, Army's probably the best suited because you're all going to work together anyway. And that's the secret. You feel me? So keep your options open. Get in touch with your senator or your representative and get some paperwork. Get a paper trail. And stay in shape.
Yeah, if I got you. I'll definitely like write a rough draft and then I'll send it to you to look over it.
Oh,
issue.
All right,
thank God. Yes, please do
cool,
that.
cool. Remember what I said? You give up on that dream, I'll kick your ass.
I got it. I got you, OG. I
Hang in
got
there,
you.
young man.
I might be
You,
getting,
you
but I'm just as dangerous, if not more.
you just have to go through the process, man, and talk to the right people. You'll get there.
Yeah,
Hey,
you're right.
hey.
Too damn smart. You're too damn gifted now.
Turn your determination knob to the zenith of its
Yeah.
capacity.
Hey,
Stay determined.
Naptown born and raised. Shoot, they
What,
never
what,
told me not to quit.
what you want to find out is what profile are they looking for and match the profile. That's what you really
Yep.
want, if you can.
Yep.
But it's harder to do.
Yep. You got to think about it, right? There's places that turns me down for executive protection jobs, but guess what? You got to remember, there's no people reading these profiles anymore. AI systems. So when I put executive protection and with schools I've been to, and literally I could be a chief of security anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And when they look at my background, you want a chance for them to see your background and be like, holy shit.
Yeah, in other words, your profile. Remember, I was telling you, Charles, your profile actually matters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Your profile, your resume, and your skill set, and
skill
your
set, yeah,
certification in degrees.
Yeah.
It rolls up into one.
Yeah.
For me, I could see you in Army Greens. If you had more of a, if you were a pilot, I would tell you to be a, I would tell you to go Navy.
Is Navy or Air Force, one of the two.
You know, because Navy has the best pilots.
Yeah, my pops, he was in the Navy, and he was like, I don't know, he didn't suggest the Navy, just to keep it at that.
Give them all, try them all, but thing like I said, there's a ranking order: Marines, Army, Navy, Air Force. Okay, in the order of difficulty.
Yeah, and when it comes to physical difficulty, it's always going to be
yeah, it goes the other way. But thing as far as, and basically, there's not that much physicality in the Air Force. It's all brains. So that's what they go
Totally.
by.
Totally. And it's believe it or not, the budget, the Department of Defense budget is the greatest in the Air Force amongst all other branches. Thereby, you can expect a level of comfort when you get off work. You know, if you can get into the Air Force, if any event that you're able to make that choice, aim high.
Wasn't that the commercial bullshit? Get out of here.
Yeah, you're from the Army, aren't you?
Oh no, we actually do work. But anyway.
Oh boy.
But but on a serious note, don't give up, because we'll all catch a fight and kick your ass if you don't see you with a fucking yellow bar or golden bar on your goddamn shoulder.
There's got to be a way for him to achieve what it is he's looking for. There's got to be a way to do it. Determination is the key. Never give up.
Not only that, get the motherfucking senators on your side, especially when it's their time to look for votes.
Oh yeah.
I'll be your patsy as long as you give me what I want. Shit. Goes back to what we said earlier.
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Eagle exchange ain't no robbery.
Exactly. That's what she said. Unfortunately, she didn't make it out. But the problem with
her and her friends.
A lot of the friends were friendly. That's how I'll leave that. What's that? What they call it? BGS story.
wait. I'm sorry. BGS.
What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, it's a guy.
Okay.
Locker room.
Yeah, something like that.
That's a guy thing. Now, what's on the next bit of nails that we'll talk about?
Wondering why.
That thing about the National Guard, I gotta go look into that real deep, because God knows, I'm like, that was a targeted hit. That was definitely a targeted hit, and dude was I think from what I'm gathering from the short pieces of information I've been gathering, dude was actually in a language interrogator for the
linguistic, yeah.
So there's a lot of shit that's going on with that. I don't know if he was a lone wolf That's the one thing about these terrorist groups. What's more dangerous than a group is the lone wolf because he leaves almost no trail. And like I tell a lot of people, keep yourself, get your training up, firearms training. If you can carry legally, carry legally.
Mhm.
I'm not they carry illegally, but at your own discretion. But the best weapon to utilize is good old fashioned common sense. Even though some things may happen in the middle of anywhere, you usually gotta give it common sense because there's a lot of people who have these delusions of grandeur. They may have a legitimate gripe against a boss or organization, and they're willing to take people down because of it. Don't be somebody's victim when it comes to shit like
What's
that.
the phrase? What's the phrase they say about certain people? Like going postal?
That was very common in the 80s and 90s. That's why
Get you. Well, yeah, I remember. What was it? I remember listening to Sinbad at the, when he was live at Aruba, and then somebody in the crowd said, "I just got fired from the post office." He said, "You got fired from the post office?" Everybody, oh, he's like, "You and me, we good. You my brother. It's all right. It's gonna be all right, bro." Security.
Yeah, it was the thing. Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah, just like I remember, was it like so as far as like, you gotta ask. I get everybody gets paranoid about such shit like this, everybody just gets their hackles raised a bit, if I can use that term.
If I even have
But oh right, you're not a porcupine, my bad. Everybody just gets a little everybody just bugs out about stuff like this. I'm like, common sense, unfortunately, isn't common. Paranoia is one thing that's always, and people's fears are always going to get the better of them.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah, fear is the enemy of oneself.
yeah, absolutely.
It absolutely paralyzes. It's not productive to be in fear. That's not productive. What I have is something quirky to suggest as a discussion, if not now, in the future. Now that the penny is discontinued, are any one of us actually going to look through our pennies to find out if we have the coveted ancient penny somewhere? Pennies are discontinued. That tickled me. I was at CVS and I'm watching a customer before me, and she said, "I'm sorry, do you have $1 so that?" No, what was it? She asked if he had a penny so she could give him $1 because they're out of pennies. They no longer deliver pennies to
Right.
CVS.
Yeah.
And that had me thinking while I'm standing there, like, are we really going to go through our pennies to find out if we have anything that, because they're primarily, the common ones are primarily zinc and copper, but let these enthusiasts tell you they're copper, but they're not. They're zinc and copper. And plus, what it takes to melt them down is not only illegal, it's toxically dangerous. So there is no melting them down. So the best that you can really afford to look forward to is going through all those pennies to see if you have some valuable ones, And from what I understand, from 1980 on back are your hopefuls, and or maybe 84. Yeah, I think 84. 84 and earlier are your hopefuls to examine. Anything past 84, don't worry about it.
Yeah, my job, we don't even
Okay.
carry physical change on us. We just round it up to the physical dollar and we take tap.
Jesus.
Yeah, that's what's happening now because the penny, it costs 3 cents to make a 1 cent penny. So Trump discontinued the circulation of pennies being made. So that's why that happened.
Yeah. Just all you have to do is collect them and turn them back into your bank, and if you don't want them.
The bank will accept them.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
That's
The
what's up.
treasurer will accept them back. Yeah. They're still tender. Okay. They won't make anymore, but they still have to accept them as payment. So
Legal tender.
yeah,
Yeah.
legal tender.
What's up?
Yeah.
In the
I remember, was
meantime,
it like
if you got some valuable ones, keep
mhm.
an eye out for that.
If you got a
Yeah.
buffalo,
If you got some, hell, sometimes sell them to the store. They might take them and give you a little bit more for it because they don't have any.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Just know the years
I remember,
that are valuable.
man,
shit.
I remember, what was it? I remember my dad would always like come home with some change, and we would collect those change in a jar, and then like he'd give us like those rolling papers that we got from wherever, and we just put them all in, and then we just exchanged those for bills afterwards.
Well,
That was
nowadays,
quite a. Mhm.
well, nowadays you can't use the term rolling papers for Gen Z millennials.
Oh yeah, coin roll. Yeah, no, they get a different meaning for that.
Coin rolling papers, not tobacco rolling.
Rolling coins. I know. Hey, I live in Norway. Some people, they like to roll their own cigarettes up here, if you can believe that.
They don't roll
And they
cigarettes.
used to sell rolling papers and
Let Charles
yeah,
tell it. Cigar rolling papers.
Oh
Like,
no, they roll cigars.
cigar roll.
They don't roll cigars and cigarettes in Baltimore. Shit.
Nah.
What's the most
If they did, they'd be cigarellos.
What's the most exclusive cigar, Officer Charles?
I have no clue. I mean, some cigars cost $100 a stick.
Which ones are those?
Uh-huh.
It depends on the specialties and when it was made, with the
If I wanted to give somebody cigars, what would you suggest?
I would go, depends on the person's palate. Do they like
Oh, it's a palate thing.
like the
It's
dark
a taste
mature
thing?
I do, or
Yeah.
do they for a lighter touch? Because me personally, instead of giving me $100 cigar, I'd rather you give me give me about 5 or 6 $15 cigars of the LFD Maduros that I'm going to smoke an hour each.
LFD Maduro.
LFD.
Okay.
Yeah, I had my
LMD.
first cigar at the conclave with the brothers. Like I had me like a sweet tip one.
Huh.
Yeah, like that's a lot. That's the thing. Like men are smoking cigars, and it's like I don't even know what to do about that.
I'm changing.
Hey, there are women who smoke cigars. There's some women who smoke the cigars.
Oh yeah.
I haven't met one, but I believe you.
Hey, I don't smoke cigars either. However, I took the time to learn about cigar etiquette and everything. There's some YouTube channels that talk about how to be how to clip a cigar, how to light one and everything, how to hold one. Even though I don't want to smoke, even though being around Charles, sometimes I have my hand, where I don't realize it has, my fingers look like they pretend they're holding a cigar, and I'm like, why do I have this urge to want to pick up one?
I'm sure.
Damn you, Charles Faulkner Sr. Damn, damn Charles Jr. You got bad influence on me. My father should thank you for that.
You're influencing him. Okay. Well, don't inhale. You're supposed to, you're not supposed to inhale.
You puff it. You're supposed to puff it. I know.
Yeah.
Like I said, I studied the etiquette of it.
There are silly, silly beings out there that are actually inhaling it. And I'm like, that's dangerous. Don't do that.
Like, you can inhale it.
Yeah.
Sure.
You puff it. You don't inhale it.
And make sure to eat beforehand.
Yeah, you ain't gonna inhale it too many times.
Oh yeah,
yeah, it'll break you from that habit.
Oh,
yeah, it's not a good thing to do.
Turning green and getting sick, yeah, you'll stop.
Yeah, well, you,
oh yeah.
Your eyes are bloodshot and you fucking.
If you don't do it, don't start it.
Yeah, it's been feel like you've been tongue kissing a fucking.
So what's it gonna take for you to stop Smoking cigars.
Hmm.
It's more of a treat for him. He doesn't do them all the time.
Nothing.
It's a treat for him.
Nothing.
That's how he enjoys it. Go ahead.
What's it going to take for you to stop being attracted to men?
I don't know. I have no idea.
So, hey.
Dun, dun. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a question I cannot answer.
That's like asking Charles to stop to put the bottle down.
Put down the cognac. You know, I got to show, if I ever come to Baltimore, I got to bring one of those from the duty free. The VSOP?
Or higher.
How do you pronounce it? Yeah, that too. I've been to, there's like a liquor store chain here. I've been in there once, and when I saw the VSOP, you came to mind. I'm like, Charles would have had fun over here, although the prices would have killed him.
He's probably a green bottle man.
That's what I tell people. You know, Johnny been walking, so Charles can run. Anyway.
Oh man, everybody loved Johnny Walker. Where I'm from.
I'm glad that we were able to diffuse your anxiety about the hard work it's going to take to earn your entrance as an officer in the armed services. I anticipate successful results. It was nice to have met you. Very, very nice.
LXT, what up? Nice to meet you first time as well, myself.
Yeah, I was like, I gotta pop on the panels before the year ends. I was ghost watching for a long time. Finally been in the chat for like 2 years. It's like, okay, let me start getting involved.
Oh, okay. So this is your panel cherry, huh? You just busted your panel cherry.
Nah,
how sweet.
It was art. That was art last night.
Yeah. So
Art new style?
Yeah. I gave him the link.
Okay.
BGS knew who he was. No harm.
Yeah. Wait, where did BGS go?
He got tired.
I was hoping
he got tired of hearing my voice.
Smoke bomb. So
you know what? He was right. He was right. BGS always right. No, he wasn't talking out. He's just sick of this shit. He was like Bernie Mac, just sick of this shit.
He could have asked me to leave. I respect him enough to obey.
No, he was
I was
helping.
like, okay, Melly, I've had enough of you. Go to bed. That's all he had to say. That's all he had to say.
It's not
Go to bed, Mello. Go to bed.
It's not you.
I said BGS, not you.
He was helping out. You know, and I think it's funny because, you know, I like to have a moment. So, you know, we're gonna look at the favorite drinks of Mella.
Last time I picked on him, and he probably didn't want to humiliate me tonight, and I appreciate that because he's capable of doing it.
He's just helping out the channel. Helping out the channel.
I was hoping we could work. I was just hoping if he still remember the mantra I taught him, the new mantra he needs to have.
Hey, did you listen to the earlier part of the broadcast when Edward Anderson was on the panel?
Who, me? No.
Yeah, it sounded like he had a couple of espressos. He was really.
No, that's just him. That's how he is.
He's always there, so that's naturally him.
He's Hurricane.
That's just how he is.
Hurricane Anderson.
Hurricane, man. You know, you gotta respect the Hurricane, man. The Category 5.
I've been introduced to these spaces for a decade. I'm familiar with a lot of different types of people, and I have a soft spot for veterans. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you, Charles, for allowing me to speak. I appreciate that. I'm going to be quiet unless I'm spoken to. I'm going to mute.
Okay.
It's to me, I think it's very important. I appreciate it as long as you behave yourself. If you know you don't like to, I'm just fucking with you. But it's the fact of the matter that a lot of times people think we're just some woman-hating bunch of individuals, and I'm not. I'm just a realist, you know. And being a realist is a goddamn pain in the ass in the Black community, especially when you have dreams and aspirations Because let's face it, in our community, dreams die. They die horrible, miserable, grisly deaths. And when you
The only way for them to live is to leave. You got to get out of there.
And most of the time, they would tell a young man like Loss to go basically, well, I wouldn't go to no white man's military. Shit, go get that goddamn money. Shit.
Yeah, my pop said, "Hey, there's too much money on the table for you to just be going in E3, E4.
You got a 4-year degree in a STEM. I'd have kicked your ass. Man, get that.
I should have kicked his ass. Wait. First of all, hey, youngin, let me ask you a question. Had you ever thought about going, before you thought about enlisting and everything, had you ever thought about going to junior ROTC?
The thing is, like, I've never been to public school. I've always been like in private or charter schools, and it was really never an option per se. Like,
okay,
ROTC and
I said junior ROTC. You know, that would have had, you know.
Hey Jay, what do you think the J stands for?
But I was in the Cub Scouts.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
So you can't. So a lot of times in private schools are not, because it's a public. That's a public school thing. They don't.
Oh, okay.
In private schools.
Yeah.
Right.
The exposure.
Wait, Alec, how do you pronounce your name?
So originally it was Lost, but Dr. T and BGS, they spelled it out, and I was like, actually, that sounds better than just what how you say it. So I like the spelled out version better. So you can either call me Lost, or you can hear
Lost Infinity.
Or you can call me
Lost Infinity because you have the Infinity symbol.
Yeah, and then LX. Some people just say LX, or they say LXST. You know, like I always like when Dr. T always go on stream and he says it out loud. The way he just says it, like LXST, I was like, okay, like I kind of rock with it.
It's a Cali. That's a Cali brother for you. But my question to you, first of all, your father, was he in the military?
Yeah, my dad was in the Navy, and my grandfather was a training officer in Germany during World War II.
Oh, okay.
But I never got to meet him. Black men of his generation. He died of his heart just gave out because he had to.
God rest his soul.
Yeah, he had to feed 12 children. And my grandmother stayed home, so he was the only income.
Big mama.
The last thing he did was buy the current family home, and he retired. And then his heart just gave out. The doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with his heart, and he like my dad was 19 when he passed away. So
my condolences.
It's called a lot of cops and firefighters go through that. It's called, you're so used to the pressure being on. That's why they call them adrenaline. If you don't get that fix of adrenaline and pressure, when your heart goes to levels, it just gives the hell out.
This is the time that I would wish that BGS was present, because he has an affinity for nutrition, like myself. And
I'm chopped liver, huh? Goddamn it.
No, it's just you smoke cigars. Like, how could you care about nutrition?
Because guess what? Cigars are the safest thing you can smoke.
Yeah, and as long as you're active and you clean and you detox your lungs, you should be good.
Yeah. Well, there are
people got 100 who live. There'll be 100 to smoke these motherfuckers.
There's a discipline in meal planning that should be examined by men. I just want to say that.
Depending on their body type.
Here's the part of meal planning, right? And this is what I don't like currently, which RFK Jr., why are we making healthy food more expensive?
Yeah.
And for some fucking reason,
it's a hustle, baby.
We get mad when citizens are dying of certain shit that we should be living longer. How do we have one of the life expectancies in a first world country?
That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, when you look at the medical system back in the day, like it used to be holistic, and The common narrative was like, hey, you need to get your diet right, you need to work out more. Now it's just been flipped on its head, where it's more based on like more pills, more drugs, and everything else, more profit based.
It's what's
Pharmaceuticals.
Do the hustle, and then you got to look at it. People were more active. Like you had your grandfather probably had 4 to 5 times the amount of testosterone than the average male now, because one, when you take away physical labor working out, there's a reason why your grandfather could be 50, 60 with fucking abs. He'll even working, he'd be doing labor all his goddamn life. And
have that grip strength like a fucking bear.
now you shake a fucking average 20-year-old's hand like shaking a goddamn ding. It's like even when you go to the night gym, right? There's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a difference between somebody hitting you versus somebody who knows how to strike or submit you.
Yeah. Oof.
Like walking into your own destruction.
Yeah, black belt submission is way different from a blue belt.
Oh yeah.
What martial arts we talking about? Lost.
Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
So you practice the jiu-jitsu brasileira, huh?
Yeah.
I see. Okay. What belt are you on?
Oh, I'm still white. I just started not too long ago. I'm focusing on boxing right now. It's like footwork and movement is the one thing that wins you in the real fights.
Well, you know what? Have you ever looked at the backstory of Vasily Lomachenko, the Ukrainian boxer?
I have not heard of him yet. Charles be constantly sending me clips and everything, so I'm learning. But yeah, I'm catching up.
No, when he was
look at the current head coach of Morgan State University when they brought back their wrestling program. I'm glad Morgan actually hired him, but it's funny because most black people do not understand how important Kenny Monday is. You know what he's famous for? He's the first black man to win an Olympic gold medal in freestyle wrestling. And the history.
What weight class?
Around 165. You got to think.
What's that in 165? What is that in? What's that in kilograms?
I forget. I'm an American dude. Shit.
It's.
You got to think. Before the one.
What's his name?
Before Gable Stevenson and Stock, before they won their gold medals, there was only 3 black people to win Olympic gold medals. So we're up to 5. 4 guys, 1 girl.
Kenny Monday?
Kenny Monday. Look him up.
Monday. Okay, I see him. Okay. Kenny Dale Monday. Oklahoma State. Ooh, yeah, he knew his shit. They went, Oklahoma State.
I mean, every day was Monday when he got on the mat. That was actually one of the markers.
Yeah, he won a gold medal at the Seoul Olympics '88 in the in freestyle wrestling in the 74 kilogram division.
He won silver at 92.
Barcelona, yeah, and then World Championships. He won the gold in '89, then won the silver in '91. He won the Pan American Games gold medal at that there. Let's see. 2-time silver medalist, and then he became a national champion in NCAA Division I, 150 pounds. Big 8, 150, 2-time champion. All right. 5'10", 163 pounds, that's 74 kilos. Yeah, this was a big old boy.
Well, you got to think about it. I tell people basic boxing, basic wrestling, basic ground fighting.
He has a beautiful smile. Okay. Leave it to a woman to say that. He has a beautiful smile.
Yeah,
he's got a smile. He's a good looking man.
Kenny Monday's a beast. 163 pounds, 5'10".
But he has a gentle, beautiful smile.
Nice guy. Him and Jordan Burroughs. Jordan Burroughs. Go look up Jordan Burroughs.
You can tell a lot about a man by his smile.
Crazy enough, most fighters are very nice and very low key.
Yeah, because they don't have to.
Like who?
Like, believe it or not, when I did a training seminar with Dan B. Severn, he was cracking jokes the whole time. We were just laughing. When I did a seminar with when I saw damn, who's the guy who's with leg lock specialist? Can't think of his name. He was a chill guy, and you got to think about it. When I met a lot of these guys, they're just chill. You know, it's always the drunken idiots that always want to prove something when real men don't have to prove shit. It's like when I first came onto the scene in the Black Manosphere, guys had this bug about their ass about police officers, and I'm like, dude, that's that guy, not me. Oh, I'll fight you. I'll fight you. You will not like me in an alley. I promise you
Morgan
that.
State Bears. Okay. I'm sure he's teaching Betty the Bear how to do double legs with ease.
Oh yeah, because you got to think
That's a mascot for Morgan State, folks.
both his sons are accomplished wrestlers themselves and also get into MMA.
Wrestlers are less likely to get concussions. Is that true?
You want Charles to answer it, or do you want?
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. He trained the Black Zillions?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
What, man? Glenn, I mean, the Black Zillions were great until they were defunct in 2017. But, you know, so many great guys came out of that.
Yeah,
R.I.P. to, what's his name? Glenn Robinson. If he hadn't passed away, the organization would have still been there. The camp was still there. Because you know who? Because they were crossed away from American Top Team. And, man, him and Dan Lambert couldn't stand each other. They couldn't stand each other.
I mean,
Okay.
you got to look up. Here's another one. You want to look at you got guys like Lloyd Keesner, the first black man to win a gold medal at the lightweight division in '73 in freestyle wrestling. What's the what's the one with the guy? Mel would probably start dreaming over this motherfucker if I showed a picture.
Oh, don't show me.
He's a black guy with blue eyes.
Lloyd Keezer.
Lloyd Keezer.
Oh, you think because he has blue eyes, I'm gonna drool?
No, it's not just the eyes. He can have brown eyes or black eyes. He's just a naturally handsome guy.
Oh, I thought that, okay. I thought you were suggesting that I'm attracted to colored eyes or something.
What? Attraction's attraction.
Yeah, eyes
Lloyd
don't
Keezer.
matter.
He's still around. He's 75. He lives in he's from Pumphrey, Maryland. Okay. Where is that? How far is Pumphrey from Baltimore?
I have no clue. Maryland. There are some places in Maryland that could be 2 hours away.
He went to the Naval Academy.
Okay. Yep.
Oh,
The people don't
wrestling
know.
Oh, he was in Navy. Okay. He went to, okay. His college was Navy. Okay. He wrestled out of Navy. Ooh. Montreal, he won a silver. First medalist, Montreal, 68 kilogram freestyle. He won the world championships in Tehran in '73, the Pan American Games in '75 in Mexico. Lloyd Keezer.
Lots of accomplishments.
75 years of age. You know, this guy was in the Navy. That was a good smile. He's a very, very, very warm, very inviting smile he has on it.
Well, you gotta
Don't get on his bad side.
You gotta think
right.
Guys, I mean, they will fuck you up. I mean, don't. They will. It's funny because I used to be in a relationship with a chick who went to Oklahoma State.
Oh shit!
And she lived literally across. Her dorm was across the street from the National Wrestling Museum. So
Oh shit! You had to go in there. You were like a kid in a candy store when you went there, huh?
Oh yeah.
You were like a little kid at the Museum of Natural History.
So you got a couple of people for Black Champ. Look up Jordan Burroughs and look at how many golds he won. His Twitter and his and his Twitter and his Instagram tag is all I see is gold. And for a minute, he saw a lot of gold. He still did.
Mm.
74 kilograms. All right, that's what he weighs. He competes at.
Teresa Mensah Stark is the first black woman to win. She won her gold in what, 2004? No, 2021. She won her gold.
Okay.
And now she's working for the WWE NXT. Make that money, girl.
This man is a 1, 2, 3, 6-time he won the Pan American medal. He's won 6 consecutive gold medals in the Pan American Games at 74 kilograms. Now he's up at 79. He's won 1, 2, 6 gold medals and a silver in the Grand Prix. 4-time national U.S. champion. In college, 2-time national champion. 3-time Big 12 champion at 149. No, in different weight classes, excuse me.
Yeah. Like
Yes, he's getting heavier and heavier, huh?
Hey Charles, do you know anything
Nebraska.
about Alexander Karelin?
Oh, I do, Carolyn.
Karelin. It's Alexander Karelin. You get the pronunciation right, you know?
It depends on the dialect. Some people call it Carolyn and Carolyn.
Karelin.
I never could roll my R's like that. My son can do it excellently. I cannot roll my R's.
And it's funny because
I asked him to say mother. He said mother. You know, he rolls the R.
Mother.
Yeah, he does that, and it's so adorable.
And it was so
adorable.
For a guy for a guy who probably cuts to make his weight class because he's about 6'3", 6'4", he probably cuts from 310 to 315 to make the 285 weight limit. This dude can literally get on top of his shoulders and crawl, like literally on his back, and do all kinds of. He can do full splits. He can literally do the reverse lift. They call it the Karelin lift. Imagine having 300 pounds of dead weight fighting you, and you're lifting it shoulder high and throwing it over your head.
And he's Greco-Roman. That's a different type of wrestling. That's a different discipline.
I would see videos. He'd be lifting grown-ass men around his size, like, and just slamming them into the ground.
Oh yeah, that's why people would just give him the pen. And look him up and see how many championships he won. And I'm gonna give you an even more amazing wrestler when you count the numbers of gold, Olympic and world gold, because in wrestling,
3-time Olympic gold, 9 Olympic champions, 1 World Cup, 12 European championships. He's won the Grand Prix, Ivan Plotny 5 times, the Karelin Cup 1 time, junior champion.
In wrestling, world and Olympic titles are equal, meaning if you win an Olympic title, you also win a world title. Even though, yes, it's more prestige for the Olympics, but yes, that equals as a world title. So if you look at a guy who won, like Jordan Burroughs won 6 world titles, 1 Olympic gold medal. He's a 7-time world Olympic champion.
He's won 35 gold medals altogether from the Olympic Games, World Championship, World Cup, European Championship, Grand Prix.
You count
World Junior
Grand Prix.
Champions.
Count all his world championships and Olympic championships together.
That is world and Olympic. That is 12. Well, actually, 13 if you include the silver medal he got in Sydney. He lost that to Rulon Gardner.
Well, you're not a champion if you win silver. Now, look up Yoshida, Japanese freestyle wrestler, female wrestler. That is one of the baddest motherfuckers. All right, Mother later. One of the baddest motherfuckers.
Oh, hang on. Before I continue, I just to tease Bay here. I just want to say, I'm glad my brother Bay is here. Yeah, I had to get my Liberace on. Deal with it.
So, when you look at
I wouldn't pick a Japanese. It's like I wouldn't think, but surprisingly.
Now look at Yoshida. Look at her Olympic and world titles.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 2, 3, 24.
All you got to do is count her World and Olympics. Those are so she's like, I think she's like a 15-time.
Yeah, she got 3 gold from the Olympics, 1 silver from Rio.
Shout out to Helen Maroulis from Maryland who beat her.
And then World Championship, she had
Saori Yoshida.
Yep.
Saori she's a month younger than me. Okay.
Then she won like 13 golds for the World Championship.
Now, if you want to look at another legend, another black legend, look up Lee Kemp. And Lee Kemp, you'll see his picture. Lee Kemp is 68 years old, and he's still in that type of shape. The picture you'll see on Wikipedia, he's still in that shape. That's actually
Leroy. You mean Leroy Kemp?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Born Darnell Freeman.
I'm seeing an old photo and a new photo. He still looks the same.
He still looks the same. You should see him in the 70s. Like, he had this, like, it was funny because his teammates was like,
yeah, I'm seeing a picture of him in 64 with like a bandage over his eye.
Yeah, you see the afro with the beard.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see, look at the amount of muscle he carried for just, he only wrestled at what, 63? Like 63 pounds, 74 kilograms? You do know he actually beat Dan Gable, the legendary Dan Gable. I think he beat him in like what, 18? And he had the record.
18 seconds?
No, he was like 18 years old when he beat Dan Gable, who was a world Olympic champion. And he was fucked out of Olympic gold really badly because they had the 1980s boycott.
Oh yeah, because it was held in Moscow, right? And then in retaliation, the USSR boycotted the '84 Olympics in LA.
And
so yeah,
if you look at Lee Kemp at his weight class, the amount of muscle he had at that weight class, man, in his prime. And it's funny because he's a goddamn almost 70 years old and he carries the same amount of muscle.
Look like he's like 5 to 8% body fat.
Yeah, we're talking about now. We're talking about now. And then you see the picture with the bandage over his eye. You could just see nothing but striations on that motherfucker, man.
His obliques and all his lower and upper abs are just
like look like a goddamn comic book character. So these were it's like even
he looks like a golden era classical bodybuilder a little bit.
Mm-hmm. That's why I said Mel, if she would have saw the picture, she would have fallen in love with his ass. Like, handsome dude, and then God gave him sea blue eyes. A black dude with sea blue eyes.
My godbrother has deep blue eyes.
And you'd be like, you know what? God just likes to see you win, doesn't he? Even though I'm
how tall is Leroy Kemp? 5'7", 163 pounds. God damn, he's
a lot of people don't understand. The most dangerous fighters are not the height you think they are.
Like if you look at a couple of guys, like a lot of people be like, you know, I'm shorter than I thought. I said I'm 5'10", about 6'3". Shit. Even though
my pops, he's we're about the same size. Like he had just got out of training in the Navy. A dude like 6'2", 6'3" came up to him, and he caught him off guard. He wasn't expecting it, and he hit him with an uppercut and knocked his ass out.
Yeah, and it's funny because
you know what? I'm gonna tell you a story, Lost. I got a uncle. Dude is 5'3". By the way, Lost, I don't know. I've mentioned, like, I don't know if you heard me mention where I'm originally from and everything, but I'm Eritrean, right? But I'm in Europe. I'm originally from Eritrea, or Eritrea, some people like to say.
Oh yeah, I've been watching for years, so yeah. I've been watching.
I got an uncle. Okay, I got my uncle. He is CPA, auditor, and everything now. But this dude is this man. I don't know what it was about him when I was coming up as a teenager and everything. I was naturally afraid of him for no reason. Because he always had this like he look at you with a little squint in his eyes, you know. And then when I asked my cousin what was the deal, because I know he fought in in the Liberation War. But then he explained to me that before that he had served in the Ethiopian Navy before he switched sides, and he boxed in the Navy. And when he was raising my cousin in Toronto and everything, my cousin told me, "Yo, there were a couple of young cats who tried to test him. He still know how to box, and he dropped the cop. He knocked him out. He was not to be played with."
Yeah, that's why I tell a lot of young cats, stop fucking with these guys in their 60s, their late 50s to early 70s, man. That generation fought. Like
my dad calls it old man strength.
Yeah, they fought. My wrestling coach, God rest his soul, peace, paradise, and power, Larry Brown Sr., at 180 to 190, 5'8".
5'8", yeah.
Somebody told me who's one of the most powerful motherfuckers you ever wrestled, it would be him. If I seen him in his prime, if the UFC came out in his prime, he would probably be a multiple time champion. He would run the. Oh, I haven't seen anybody with that level of grip strength. The closest person to grip strength around his was Ray Lewis when I shook hands with him. That should say something to you.
Mm-hmm.
He would grab your ankle or he would grab your wrist. And it would be like a taser hitting you. Like, God damn, it was powerful. And remember when I told you about the catch wrestling, catch as catch can?
Mm-hmm.
A catch is a hold or a submission. So when they talk about catch as catch can, that means if you can get me, you might be able to submit me. And a lot of people don't understand.
Hold for hold. Yeah.
That when you look at some of the old Ken Shamrock videos, go look it up on YouTube. Just look up Ken Shamrock knee bar. And when you put on Boss Rutan, that's a 220, 230-pound man moving that quick into a knee bar. And you can hear, and everybody knows Boss Rutan is tough as shit. But when he screamed,
El Guapo.
When he screamed, when he was in that hold, you could tell that shit was legit. Like, oh, fuck no.
Oh, yeah. You mean the pancrase competitions and such?
The king of
Japan?
Pancrase. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man, I love the fact that Pancrase called their champions kings.
Yeah. Yo, I'm checking out pictures of Neil deGrasse Tyson, right? Because a lot of people didn't know.
He was a college wrestler.
He wrestled, and there's a picture of him when he was wrestling. That dude was no joke. He's still in great shape even now. The pictures of him with the mutton chops and everything.
Oh, yeah, the mutton chops. Oh, yeah.
He had them. No, actually, not the mutton chops. He had them triangular or sideburns.
Oh, the pork chop sideburns. Well, you got to think about it. There's a lot.
No, he had the boot burns. Actually, his called the boot burns. He had the boot burns, the big ass boot burns from back in the day. Damn.
Well, there's a lot of history when it comes to combat sports that black people participated in. Look up Victor Moore.
Damn, Neil was ripped.
Yeah.
So he wasn't just brains.
No, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as a dumb wrestler. Just the dumb shit we do. You can't be stupid and be a wrestler. That's the one.
Oh no, he was highly intelligent. This brother from the Bronx. You know who was one of his mentors? Carl Sagan.
I want you to look up anybody who's in the martial arts community and you want to talk about one of the greatest martial artists of all time, I'll put him against your Joe Louis, not the boxer, the karate guy, your Chuck Norris.
Victor who?
Bill Superfoot Wallace. Victor Moore beat them all. That's why
Victor Moore karate.
Yeah.
Wait, Victor Moore, Bruce Lee, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about him. Shoot. Who hasn't heard about Victor Moore?
Like my father, for those who forgot or don't know, he has a 3rd-degree black belt in Shorin-ryu karate. He got his first black belt with Raleigh Hawkins in Baltimore with the Avengers. Also notable names who also has a black belt, former Mayor Sheila Dixon. Matter of fact, a lot of people don't realize, guess who used to visit Baltimore pretty often because of the martial arts scene?
Victor Moore.
Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris. He actually met him.
There's a picture of Victor Moore with Chuck Norris. He's got the Hulk Hogan handlebar mustache, although his is kind of angled in a way.
Yeah. You got to think, Victor Moore beat all your favorite karate guys in tournaments.
God damn.
You got to think about it. When you want to talk about legitimate fighters, you know, to this day, there's no fucking fight in movie history that was better than Jackie Chan and Benny Yaquidez. You can't think of one.
Shoot, Bruce Lee said Victor Moore was faster than him.
Yeah. So if you're amazed by Bruce Lee's speed, think about it. We praise, not saying Bruce doesn't deserve it before I get the hate, but we don't praise Victor Moore, who beat all your guys in legitimate fights. Not on the movie screen, legitimate fights.
I mean, they don't want to do.
Vic Moore.
They don't want to put the big black hope on Front Street.
Oh, no, because the big black hope was
okay.
Like
Shuri-ryu karate, Kempo, and Shotokan karate, and then Chito Ryo. All right. Oh wow. 10th degree black belt. Oh, he's a 10th degree black belt in
because you know
Shuri-ryu and 10th dan in Kempo, first black in Shotokan, 3rd degree in Chito Ryo. Oh, notable students Chisato Mishima.
You know, those are hard styles of karate.
Yeah, but Charles, like the more I'm learning about more fighting, the more I learn like it's definitely you definitely got to integrate the Trinity, mind, body, and soul.
Yeah. I always call it the 4 parts of the human being: the physical, the mental, the emotional.
Mm-hmm.
Because what your spirit tells you, the body moves, the mind thinks, the heart reacts, and the body does. My little philosophy, you know, great confuse us.
Yeah, that's why like I mostly will say I think, but then you know when BGS talks about the what do you call it, the talked about the Mandelas and the anima. That's why like, hey, like, you know, I gotta kind of feel this out with my gut a little bit, you know, so in certain occasions.
You gotta, and I tell a lot of people who want to get in combat sports, you gotta develop a little bit of your psychopath. People be like, what the heck? Your psychopath is the guy who challenges people, because there's people who I've seen a lot of great wrestlers who should have been multiple time champions like myself, probably more than me. And I would give them the credit. They were probably better. But the difference that separated us was how I viewed the challenge versus how they viewed the challenge. And
yeah,
when you view a challenge and you're not saying, I just want to see who's the best versus, oh man, this guy's good. Fuck if he's good. That's the reason why I want to see him. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Finally, a challenge. You know, and you have guys like the last guy I could say who had a bit of psychopath in him was Bud Crawford. For him to fight,
I mean, shoot, you could look in his eyes. He's just hungry.
The hunger never stops. You look at guys like Ray Leonard.
Sugar Ray Leonard. God rest his soul.
Sugar Ray Robinson was a psychopath.
He was
Sugar Ray,
When Mike
Sugar Ray
Tyson said like
Robinson.
when Mike Tyson said
Yeah.
I'll beat you and make love to your body, I was like, whoa, this man is crazy.
Yeah. He's trying to intimidate you because he's scared. A psychopath is looking like Evander Holyfield's a psychopath.
He will literally
I'll give you
pray.
a psycho. I'll give you a psycho. I'll give you an actual psychopath. This is a mixed martial artist. Fyodor Emelianenko, the last Russian emperor.
Oh, Fedor.
That dude,
Fedor was like something wrong. Something was so wrong with him, it just became right.
Yeah, it's a psychopathy. You ever looked at him? He's a very religious man, though. But if you look at him, they say he's his expressions, everything that just like you think is stoicism. No, it is a level of psychopathy in him. He's an actual antisocial. They put him on a test. They did a test on him. They realized, yeah, he actually is.
Yeah,
It's just that he's pro-social. He's pro-social.
You got to think about it. Most of your greats have something a little wrong with them because they got to change. They got to test the waters.
I mean, I remember Dr. Green Gorilla, he talked about he had this I forgot it, like an ex-feminist talked about it, like the with the IQ curve test. Like she said, like
The bell curve.
Yeah, the IQ bell curve, like she says, is the obsession factor that men have.
That needs to be better. That needs to strive. Yeah.
Yeah, it pushes us to literally break the limits of what we have.
Well, if you think about it, man, if we stayed with women, we still be living in caves because it's safe. Okay. Technology moves forward for the daring. What's the SBS motto? He who dares wins.
Fortune favors the bold.
Yeah. And if you think about it, you better bring.
Oh, is that Sand Dog down there?
Captain Jack, you better bring your ass up here. You talk about God put
you
not where you want.
Yeah, I was on the phone with him earlier. We had quite a conversation. Good to talk with that man.
Sand Dog. If we recorded that shit, I probably have like over 10,000 views, man.
Yeah, come on up, man. Come on, do it, bro. You can do it.
The man, the myth, the legend has showed up.
Well, you meet the legends today, boy.
Yeah, I still remember you and Nameless. Like, I still gotta watch the rest of that stream where y'all talked about like the art of war.
People don't realize how philosophical I get about war, even though I'm an Aries, April 1st, shout out. I have to fight myself. And it's funny because I guess because for so many years it was tamped down because of private school, and you probably experienced it yourself.
Yeah, like I kind of have that same complex that Chris Rock has. Like, I'm afraid to get angry because I'm afraid that I'll lose control.
And I had to learn the Gohan method. It's okay to lose control because
what if I like it?
And I want some more. It's like, how do I say it? It's like me and women. There's a reason why I'm a relatively late bloomer than most. It's because, one, if I was involved with women early in my school career, I probably wouldn't graduate. I'd probably have 12 kids. And it was
thankfully you just have one.
I would have a lot. And a lot of times the focus can be off because of your weaknesses. And if you're not strong enough to take that, and most young men are not even yours, especially if you're getting the girls that like you, and these are some very fine motherfuckers, they can be distracting to your dreams.
Oh yeah, they can be a huge hindrance.
Because Namor, I don't know if you saw the Patreon stream. BGS did my chart for my birthday. I'm a Gemini like him. Taurus rising, Aquarius moon.
I got a Gemini sibling, so yeah.
We gotta start them off right with this one, ladies and gentlemen. Sand Dog.
by the power of Grayskull.
Still one of the most manly cartoons of all time. God
damn.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm tired of this.
I'm sorry. I have to do the trading
cartoons now.
places thing. You know. Yeah. I'm sorry. I got to do the trading places thing. You know, we're in the jail cell, and two brothers were just like messing with Eddie Murphy. One would ask the question, the other would be like, "Yeah."
I mean, goddamn, he had to make Fist of the North Star to make something more manly. God damn.
Well, what's more manly than He-Man?
Literally, my name is He-Man. My moniker is the most powerful man in the universe. And they're like, I still have the comic in my collection where he goes toe to toe with Superman because everybody in the 80s was wondering who would win in a fight. And they literally said, you have two of the most powerful beings in their respective universe going toe to toe. He-Man dropped a sword just to say, both of them said, even though Superman was controlled by Skeletor, but both of them said, I want some smoke and you can take it. That's one of the few times in comic book history that you see both He-Man and Superman literally hit somebody full power. That shit was amazing. At the Jack, beat me down by a railroad track with that 45 in your hand. Lord knows. Whew. This young man lost. I meant to introduce you earlier. He needs your guidance, of course, to get into the officer corps.
Okay, man. Shout out, man. Yo, shout out to Lost, man. If you want to, Charles, man, you could. If it works, he could pass me his information, man, and I could talk him through it.
Hey, put it in the back chat, Lost.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
You want phone number or email? What will be the best for you?
Phone number. I'll give you a call.
Okay, gotcha.
Bro. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you a call. You know what I'm saying? So let me. So like I said, so before I go, I'll make sure I get your. Like I said, I get your information, man, and you could hit me. Like I said, you could hit me up, or Nyama, because I'm on the phone. Could you give him my details in the back chat, and then he could link up with me WhatsApp and all that stuff?
Yeah, sure. Hang on. I got you.
Because I got dumb monk gorilla fingers, man, and I'll mess it up. But you know, the thing about it, man, like I said, we talk about the hero's journey. And so sad and most unfortunately, right, men get wrapped up into the world of women. And so what did Charles talk about earlier, right? If we lived with women, we will still be in the hut. Why? Because imagination and childlike wonder is important. So when women say things like men are like kids, right? All the dumb shit that we do as men, right, or as little boys, that trial and error is what leads you to invention and innovation, right? So in the world, like I said, in the world of women, everything is survival focused, right? But in the world of men and boys, right, through imagination, you also get things that will allow you to thrive. And like, so in the space, you know, one of the reasons why I feel a lot of guys would have red pill rage or animosity towards women would be if they understood in their youth, because it's a part of our culture. Our culture ties so much to accessing sex to manhood, right? And this is where, like I said, and this is where some of us get in trouble. But if you were to be childlike, you would find out that what's more important to you as your youth and a man is to answer the call to adventure. And if you answer the call to adventure, that is where you're going to find your purpose. And where you find your purpose is where you're going to find fulfillment, right? So what does Vincent Hardy, right? I believe that a man's finest hour is when he lies on the battlefield exhausted, having fought in the worthy cause. And so what happens is that women are a byproduct of success, right? They are not success. And so what happens is when you watch your rap videos, when you watch what people are doing out there in the world, in the street and everything else, they make it seem as if women are success, and they are a byproduct of it, right? Lois Lane came as a byproduct of Clark Kent becoming Superman. Chi-Chi became as a byproduct of Goku pursuing his goals, right? So the thing is what I would tell any young man listening, or men in general, is that your priority is to answer the call to advance, and then everything else will come, right? Because the inherent danger of, like what Charles said, women provide what? Comfort and pleasure. And for a man, comfort and pleasure is a much more dangerous trap than hardship. Do you know it's far easier to overcome hardship than it is to overcome comfort? Right? So if I'm poor and it's raining on my face and I'm living with my 10 other siblings and I got toes and feet in my face, oh man, that will motivate you to go to school, to go to school, get on a football field, or whatever it is that you're going to do. But when you have comfort, that's a completely different battle and a more difficult one to escape. Do you know in Hinduism that we live on the material plane. So in Hinduism, they have what's called lokas, which are you have 7 higher worlds, you have 7 lower worlds. And the first level of hell, which is right beneath this earth, is what you think will be heaven. That's the first level. You get your family, your friends, the cars, the women, all of that stuff. So in Hinduism, the first level of hell is what appears to be success in the material world, is what most people is heaven, which is what most people believe is heaven, which is having everything that you ever wanted on earth. And that is the first level of hell actually in Hinduism. So when you're talking about seeking spiritual growth, right, what you want is you want to answer the call to adventure, right? That's what you want. You want to pursue the cake, kind of like at the end of Smallville, right? You've been tested, you've been tried, and Jonathan Kent handed him the Superman suit and said, son, always remember Smallville, right? So Lois Lane is not a byproduct of me sitting down, dressing nice and listening to Jodeci, right? Lois Lane is a byproduct of me going through those trials and on my way to becoming Superman and continuing that cycle. And so my contribution to this discussion would be for men, especially for young men, if you hear this, answer the call to adventure. Answer the call. Don't chase comfort, right? Answer the call to your purpose.
I think
it's just
the
like you said,
problem.
Sandog.
What'd you say?
No, go ahead.
Oh, it's
Go
just
ahead.
like you said, Sandog, because like my pops, he would always, whenever we talk about manhood, he would never bring up a woman.
No.
Like he would always say, like, hey son, like, you know, he would talk about all these things. He's like, he never always pressured me about, hey man. Like he would always say, like, talking to me about girls, but like he's saying, like, hey man, what you doing out here? Like, you know, you trying to get some. Like, it was never. He would always say, like, hey, that's kind of like the cherry on top, rather than like it was very like. So context, my dad's ex-Navy, and so I'm third gen. I would be third generation when I joined up, and my grandfather, he was a train officer in Germany. So it's kind of like we're very mission and purpose forward. So it's kind of just a recurrence of what my pops is saying to me. So that kind of knows I'm going on the right path.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? And so, you know, when Jesus talk about broad is the path that leads to destruction and narrow is the path that leads to righteousness. Because again, what God wants you to do in life is that he wants you to walk the middle ground. Right? And walking the middle ground is a tight rope, and it's very difficult for so many of us to do. And again, and that's what I'm trying to say. So when you look at the material world or the outside world, right, they show you what they're showing you is that, again, women is a constant to success, right? And it's not, again, that's not necessarily true. So I'm not saying that you're not successful if you want a family or desire a family in order to have one. But what is important is that you answer the call. And so you are in service to God, which puts you in service to your purpose. And if you find your purpose, you find your identity. And you know what happens when you find your purpose and identity? Everything around you changes, right? Because the way you choose your friends, down to the way you would even choose a woman, all of that now changes, right? Because you now know who you are, you know what you want in life, you understand how you're going to build it, and then the people that come into your life are going to have to be people who contribute to that in some shape, form, or fashion.
I mean, the most
Right?
dangerous man in society is the fully realized man coming into himself.
Correct. And so that's it. And so and that's the thing, and that's the Superman, right? Again, and I'm just using Superman as an example because what's one of the things that actually makes Superman is that he is involved in what psychologists call self-actualization. So Superman is a philosopher. He is constantly questioning himself and his motives, right? So he's constantly questioning and challenging that, right? And so on a repeated loop, and this is what keeps him grounded, right? And so again, whether you do it the way Superman does, or you find that way, or you find that way through God, or whatever means that you'll do it, right? And so you have to be involved in self-actualization, which is constantly understanding and constantly defining yourself in order to stay grounded.
I mean, part of tapping into the divine is self-belief, if I'm not correct.
Correct. And so that will be the thing. And this is what Charles is telling you. Because again, women will be a distraction because a byproduct of women is comfort and pleasure, right? And like I said, so for a young man, right, to be drowned in comfort and pleasure, that is really to his detriment.
And Namor, Sandog, and Charles, like I found it like as coming up in society, especially in the West, it's like I've always sensed this level of like opulence. Like it's just kind of like there's nothing, there's no proving ground. There's nowhere to like. I've always like read of the
rites of
warriors.
passage.
I've
There's
always
no
read
rite
like
of passage.
I've always read the warriors, the myths, and everything. It's just like like I've always had this like somewhere inside like. I was like, damn, like I kind of knew that I was meant to walk like this warrior scholar type of path, but I just didn't know how to do it.
How old are you?
25.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You finished college? You finished college, right?
Yes. I got my BS computer science. And I'm in Theo's class.
You didn't think about going to get an MS in something in IT or whatnot?
Well, that's why I'm in Theo's class. I'm getting my certs in cloud computing.
All right. Hopefully you can go on and get your master's and everything. Like go to someplace like MIT or Caltech. That would have been great as well.
I did tell BGS I do plan to go to Yale at one point.
Okay. Yeah. Well, better sooner than later. But first things first. Wait, which branch are you enlisting in? First of all,
I'm going for Air Force.
Air Force. Okay. If it don't work, don't work. If it don't work, not to be a homer, but try Army Corps of Engineers. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, so exactly. So he'll be able to make it into the Air Force. He has a computer science degree. He should be fine. What is it that you want to do exactly, Lust, in the Air Force?
So I've been looking at as intelligence officer, but also I've been looking at warfighter communications operations also. But I'm like that's like kind of my top 1, top 2. But I do definitely want to go in intelligence because I'm already getting the skills on the tech side of things, And so, you know, I was talking to BGS a little bit on like between the email and the chat. We were going back and forth, and he said like, "Hey man, you know, that's where get some skills to get so you can get your money right."
Right. So let me recommend this to you, right? When you and I talk. So there's another thing that I'm going to recommend to you because there's now a new service called Space Force, right? So just to give you my background, if you don't know, I'm a retired Army captain. I was a scout. I was an armor officer, cavalry. So cavalry is a sub branch of armor, which is reconnaissance. So that would make me both an intelligence and maneuver asset. So I was a Abrams tank platoon leader, a M3A3 Bradley scout platoon leader, a support platoon leader, a headquarters executive officer. Then after that, my last assignment I will be a general. I will be a staff officer for the general in CENTCOM in Kuwait, right? So now in warfare, we engage in what's called full spectrum operations. If a full spectrum operations, we want to control land, sea, and air. And now that includes space. And so President Trump made a new corps called the Space Corps. And so now where you and your appetite for both tech and intelligence meets is in something called cybersecurity, right? And so now in the Air Force, I don't know what you would call it. So you can look up the Space Force, that's one. In the Army, you can look up the Signal Corps, right? And cybersecurity. So if you were in the Army, you'd be a signal officer, right? Let me look up real quick. What does the Air Force call their communications? What does the Air Force call their, hold on, just give me a second. So let me,
Have you found what you're looking for?
Yeah. So the U.S. Air Force calls its cybersecurity officers cyberspace operations officers, right?
Ooh.
Mission officers in the Air Force, cyber intelligence branch, right? You'll say it. And so their role, plan and execute missions in cyberspace, operate and defend Air Force networks, satellite communications, and cyber weapons systems, advise commanders on cyber risks and mitigation strategies, train and supervise personnel to ensure operational readiness. Right? So this is, so you would have that, and then, hold on, what is the same called in
The equivalent?
Yeah. So I'm just looking it up for them, right? And so hold on. So again,
I take your time.
Space Force is called Cyber Operations Officers, right? They serve as commissioned officers responsible for defending and conducting operations in cyberspace, protecting satellites, communications, and mission systems from cyber threats, right? And again, like I said, safeguard satellite communications, GPS, missile guidance, and command and control systems. Conducts both defensive and offensive cyber missions. That's sexy. Assess vulnerabilities, plan cyber missions, and advise commanders on cyber risks. Ensure secure integration of space and cyber domains. What are your thoughts on that, Lust?
I'm definitely interested. I'm just listening to what to the full details of everything.
Yeah. So
you hear him. He's getting giddy.
Yeah, because I'm also on the website too, so I'm just looking down the list.
So if you are a college student, what I would recommend is for you to do this, right? So what happens is there's ways that you can go. So one of the ways that you can become a commissioned officer is you can go through the Reserve Officer Training Corps. So now, if you are looking to be an active officer in the Air Force, then you would have to find universities that have a Air Force ROTC program, right? And so you could find a university, and then you can find a particular university that you're interested in, right? And if that has a Air Force ROTC program. And so once you find that particular university, you can call their ROTC department, and then their ROTC department will take everything from there. right? And then you will be well on your way to choose active duty, reserve, or National Guard.
Yeah, I'm
Nice.
I'm currently looking at reserve right now.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
correct. So even
Yeah, and
correct.
so what I've been currently doing is, so did I don't know if you heard the prior conversation. So I reached out to an officer officer recruiter for the reserves.
Okay.
Kind of snubbed me in the email me. I put it on my online application, snubbed me through the email, kind of like to deter me. So I've been working with the enlistment officer currently while I prep for MEPS. I've been off my medication. Got a doctor's note. I'm about to go to a lung specialist in like about like 10 days.
Yeah.
So just to say, because I have childhood asthma, so just make sure my lungs are good and everything. So we're prepping for MEPS. So I don't want to just sit on my hands while I wait.
So talk to an ROTC program, right? Before you enlist, right? I want
Mm-hmm.
you to reach out to an Air Force ROTC program and you have that conversation with them, right? And if there's one even physically in whatever state that you live in, if there's one where you can go and physically talk to them, go and have that conversation with them, right? And again, and if not the Air Force, just like I told you, there are other branches. So remember, there's the Space Force, which is relatively new, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is relatively new, who would be looking for people of your skill set. So you got the Space Force, the Air Force, and the Navy. Those are the three ones that I would start with first. Space Force, Air Force, and Navy. And look up their ROTC programs, and have a discussion with the ROTC people, and then to discuss, you and commissioning sources, right? So whether you go through ROTC or whether you go through OCS, OCS is called Officer Candidate School. And there you would enlist and then you would go to school. Then you would go through OCS to become an officer.
In Alabama, right?
Yeah. So OCS, I can't remember exactly where it is, Alabama, Benning, or wherever it is, right? But
yeah, because I don't have to take the officer qualification tests if I'm not correct.
For OCS, that I don't know because ROTC was my commissioning source, right? So, like I said, that's what I recommend. I recommend that you go to an Air Force ROTC program if you could access one. I recommend you go talk to all of them. Truth be told,
Yeah, because
right?
BGS and Charles said I need to also So I went to the conclave, Black Manosphere conclave recently. I've been going. This is my second one, and I got in contact with an airman I knew, and he got me in contact with a retired recruiter, and she told me like, "Hey, reach out to another officer recruiter," because I told her what happened. But then also Charles and BGS, they said like I need to also reach out to like my senator or something like that. Send them an email.
So that kind of thing, yes. And if you're looking to attend one of the academies, yes. So, like I said, because Air Force has an academy, Army has an academy, Navy even has one. I don't know if they offer a postgraduate thing. I don't know. So I would have to look into it, right? I would have to look into it. But by all means, like I said, go visit your ROTC programs, not high schools, but the ones that are on universities. So the ones that are on a university, those are the ones where you would receive a commission.
Yeah, and he has his 4-year degree. And
Yeah.
I want your thoughts on this. He went to a recruiter and they suggest him to come in as an E3, E4.
No.
I want you to. I'm gonna beat up. I want to hear your take on that bullshit.
No, that's bullshit. That's somebody trying to fucking make their numbers, right? Which is why I told him, right, you're not gonna go to a MEP station and talk to an enlisted recruiter. You want to become an officer, right? So that, like I said, again, that's your goal. And so since you want to become an officer, go, like I said, go to an ROTC program that's there, Air Force, and then talk to them about how you could go about obtaining your commission to become a second lieutenant. And shit, since you already have your degree, because certain jobs in the military require you to get your master's before you can do it, right? So let's say this requires you to get your master's, right? So now ROTC will pay for your master's degree. And then when you get commissioned and start your job, you'll be a captain instead of a lieutenant, right? So let's say, for example, if you wanted to be a lawyer, right? The Army will pay for you to fucking go through law school and all of that other stuff. And then by the time you go into JAG, you're a captain. Same thing if you were any kind of medical doctor. By the time you actually go in, you're a captain. Your lieutenant years, you may spend in your postgraduate education, right? So like I said, Lus, if I could impress anything on you, right, for further information, I would highly recommend that you visit especially since what you're doing is high tech, look at the Space Force, Air Force, and the Navy, and go and visit those 3 ROTC programs, and then go have a discussion, right? So if that guy snubbed you, F him, right? There's 1,000 other people that you can talk to.
Yeah, I because I left a message for the right before the holiday for the other officer recruiter, so I gotta follow with them, and now I gotta I got so much homework from y'all now. I gotta go to the ROTC programs.
Yeah, so do that, and then once you do that for me, then I will connect you with my fraternity brothers who are also in these services, right? So I will connect you with my fraternity brothers who are officers in the Air Force. I will connect you with my fraternity brothers who are officers in the Navy. You get my point? I can connect you with my fraternity brother who was in the Army as a signal officer, right? You get where I'm coming from?
Yes, sir.
Yes? So
Yes,
please, yeah. So like I said, go in and then do your homework and everything else and do your part. And then if you need anything further, then I could connect you with people who are still active duty. And the people that I could connect you with now, those guys are captains and colonels, Navy captains and colonels in the Air Force, Army, etc.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so
fair enough.
Yeah, so
I got
don't so I know I'll still go to the lung specialist, but don't move forward with the MEPS until I can get the whole I'm going in as an officer right then. Okay, gotcha.
Because I'm gonna tell you what it is. If you were a white boy, they would have never done that.
Correct.
They would have never. I've never had the privilege of being an officer. That's why I said I can only give you the military aspect. I can't give you the officer because I've never been one. The only time I took command was 2 times. As commander as a police officer, and when I took command of my own security agency.
Yeah. And the thing is, I tried the retired recruiter that I got linked up with. She had told me to reach back out to the officer recruiter and ask for their senior master sergeant, and they just gave me the runaround. And then even when I asked for the details, and I'm still waiting for them to get back to me with that information. So I might have to. Something I might have to just revisit at a later date.
Yeah. So go and you visit, like I said, visit those ROTC programs and check it out, right? Because if you're going, like I said, if you're going to recruiting stations, like looking to become an officer, they're looking to enlist people, right? Because when I was in high school, all day, every day, right, there were people there to get me to enlist, right? And I'll never forget, there was a Marine Corps gunny sergeant who tried his damnedest to make me a Marine. And I'll never forget, after my freshman year of college, he saw me in my Class B uniform and said, "Oh, you want to go the officer route, huh?" And I said, "Yeah." Right? And so, like you said, again, it's like what Charles says, right? So there are people out there, sad and most unfortunately, that don't want to, lend a hand with certain types of information and everything else. So please, like I said, that's all I have to tell you for now. I'll start you there before I go deep into anything else. Go visit those ROTC programs and talk about your desire to be a commissioned officer and what it is that you want to do. And what I recommend even better is if those programs are at a HBCU.
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm a graduate from Clark Atlanta University.
So if you live in Atlanta,
Then I want to say something after this.
So if you live in Atlanta, my recommendation to you is to visit the HBCU ROTC. So if you're in Atlanta, go to Morehouse and visit their ROTC program. Go to whoever, and Clark Atlanta, if Air Force or whatever they have, you go and visit it there, right? And so now you may be in a more friendlier environment, right? Visiting a HBCU ROTC program, seeking out this information.
Hey, how you doing, Sandok? How you doing? Long time to see, my brother.
Oh, sir, what's going on, Chaos Rain?
Yeah,
I'm
man.
supposed to get up with you, man.
I mean, a lot of things supposed to get a lot of people's content besides Charles, possibly me, if you can, a lot of things have some conversation. For the
What's
young
good,
gentleman,
Chaos?
for the young gentleman, the conclave that you went this year, right? Was it all that you expected from your perspective?
Well, it was my second year, so I went to the Houston. Houston was my first one. Crazy enough, my Air Force contact, that's where I met him at. And then Miami, I was like, hey, went to the first one. Second one was way better, was better than the first. So hey, I've been keeping in contact. I've been doing my studies. I should have my CCP before the year ends, and I should have my SSA by the top of the year for in cloud.
You got to understand the whole premise that you're trying to get assistance from other men that's older than you. They're not so leery to relinquish or pass baton power. They're gonna stagnate like most of them, especially black folks. And you know how it is. If it's nigga or whoever, they're gonna hold on to power and keep you into servitude. Nothing more, nothing less.
Yeah, my officer recruiter was a woman.
No, regardless who it is, you always gotta think that if I was in your shoes, say, well, I like to relinquish power, and most people's mentality today says absolutely not. So when you're in there, you always gotta be thinking of that power move when you confront anybody and say, I need to find that person, get me through the alleged back door into the room.
This is the reason why I'm not afraid to put people together, because we're supposed to use social media properly. Am I wrong?
Exactly. Right? And they're not using social media properly. They're squandering it because most people, when it first was more accessible for the last decade or more, people use it and spoil it. They only use it to gossip, to know what people's doing. They're not really talking to people, knowing what other person network effectively, properly. They're there just for other malicious means, and that is not what the purpose of social media. When you see these so-called caucasoids took over the social media thing, they use it for network, while niggas sit there take it for foolishness. And that's the problem.
And I'm gonna tell you the one thing that I'm gonna pass the baton. I think Sandor trying to get in. See, I'm a legacy guy. People think that, oh, you did all this crazy shit, you don't want nobody to follow. Your job to be better than me. Your job. What will my legacy say? Out of all the people that I taught and coach, I got an officer. I pushed my son to go to the National Guard to be a medic, and he'd be an EMT, go to school and be an EMT. How much would my legacy be if they go places where I haven't been? And I'm still going, and I'm still capable, and I'm still young. Be the legacy guy. There's no reason. I've said this. How many times have I said it? Well, if the amount of fucking brain power in this space alone, the amount of occupations, education, training, and just experience, this space literally outclasses the white manosphere by leaps and bounds. We need to start acting like it, participating like it, because you don't hear people who were former military officers, PhDs, openly on the white manosphere channels.
Nope. I don't listen to them dudes. Like, y'all guys better pay attention. And I know they don't got that. And if they do, they got in a nice little special section within their own group.
Yeah.
But usually on the open, they push their little nonsense for their own set of incels and non-active caucasoids.
Do you really think that as articulate as a man as Sandog, he's not just one day in Iraq, he was more accomplished than 99% of the fools you hear in the white manosphere? Here's when you want to be something or you want to obtain something, you need to be around the people who either have it or know how to get it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one thing you probably surprised how quickly I put you in contact with Sad Dog. As soon as I did it live and I seen him, yep, perfect. And this is what I want everybody under the age of 25, especially the under the age of 30. You have a pro-military government and Senate in office now. Take advantage of that goddamn money and opportunity, especially if you have a goddamn STEM degree like you do.
Mm-hmm.
Don't ever. What did I tell? Hey, Sad Dog. Guess what I told him? What he should tell that recruiter. Go ahead, tell him, boss. Go.
Fuck him.
Fuck him. Go kindly fuck yourself. Kindly fuck you. If you don't see my talent, if you don't see my eagerness, my longing for this, my divine dream and purpose for this, fuck you. And that's one lesson I'm probably sure your dad and I will sit one day having a cognac and a smoke of cigars will willingly tell you. Fuck them motherfuckers. If they can't see your greatness, those motherfuckers should not benefit from you. Go somewhere else.
Go somewhere else. Yeah.
Also, Sandog, I searched it up. All the HBCUs are like under like a cross school thing. What's it called? Crosstown school. So they're all under like Georgia Tech. So I know where to go now.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was in the ROTC. Unfortunately, George Bush told me to get my ass to war, so I couldn't become an officer. I didn't sign the contract to keep me yet, so that's very similar to Morgan State and Coppin State. They both share an ROTC program. So a lot of people you'll meet, probably you'll see a couple of lieutenants who you probably went to class with, which is going to be, like he said, much more friendlier environment.
Mm-hmm.
And go for the gusto. Keep in shape. Do your push-ups. Do your running. You're already training. Always, like Sad Dog say, always seek the adventure. These are your adventure years. I'm not knocking some of the people I trained who got married at 22, but could that be the Faulkner man? No, I was traveling the world. At 16, I was wrestling internationally. I'm sorry, I can't imagine being married at 20-something and it slows me down. These are your years to develop greatness. Why? You don't have major fucking things to slow you down. And this is also another thing that this week I'm going to talk about. Is like, look, if a female's interested in you and she really wants to be with you, she'll bend heaven, earth, time, and space to be with you. She's going to be down for your program. She'll wait. If a motherfucker will wait for a sorry motherfucker in jail, in prison for 10 years, 10 years, she will wait for you. If it's a female that's worth it, she'll wait for your greatness. As a matter of fact, she'll be the one catapulting you. And see, that's one of the issues in the black community. We learn how to be simps and lustful people to such a point we don't even know where the women can catapult you. We're supposed to give women purpose. They're supposed to give us inspiration. And I like to see, where the fuck is the inspiration? I'm supposed to fight and defend and provide for my family. What have you given me to respect?
But you know, Charles, that would be the thing, right? And that is the drawdown. Like I said, you know, and I know I'm deviating a little bit, right? And so you're gonna have to find ways.
All right, ahead. I love it when you're here. Good, deviate like a motherfucker, please.
Yeah. So, you know, again, so in today's world, right, you're gonna do it on a micro scale where people wouldn't notice, right? And the reason why I said that where black men, if you wanted black women to be your women again, they would have needed to see you terraform an environment on your own behalf and not someone else's. So when they saw us terraform an environment, it was done on the behalf of someone else. So now, if you woke up tomorrow and NIAMA and UNESCO and Africa got together and said, hey, Sand Dog, we're going to give you guys land between the coast of Angola and the Congo rainforest. So now, if those women saw me and Charles fucking kill the last goddamn dinosaur, right? Because they believe a brontosaurus lives somewhere in the Congo. So if there's a statue of me and Charles killing the last dinosaur, we fought the jaguars, we fought the gorillas, we fought the bongo apes, we cut down the trees, we fucking beat the tsetse flies, the tsetse flies, however you fucking say it, right? They saw us beat up the black mamba and the African cobra, right? And all of that stuff. And we took it and we took raw and untamed land and turned it into Wakanda with our bare hands. If your women folk witnessed you do that, your relationship with them is completely different, right? Because one of the things that I hear that black men say all the time, or black people use in general, you guys use it a lot and I don't like it, and it's the word let, because let implies that you need permission to do something, right? So, a woman won't let me lead. I don't need your permission to lead, right? You won't let me do this, right? And so at the end of the day, if somebody is apprehensive to my agenda, right, I'm just going to go find somebody who's willing to be on board, right? So just like you, Lus, right? Right? This whole concept, right? Again, they won't let me into the Air Force. Nobody could stop you from entering the Air Force as an officer, right? That person is one particular person, right? And so, the thing is that you want to go out there and you want to terraform yourself, right? You're going to go out there and you're going to terraform yourself and you're going to live for yourself. Remember, don't get caught up in all of this blackness stuff or your people, nothing, right? You're going to focus on you, the individual. Somebody once pointed out to Jesus, he said, hey, Jesus, there go your brothers. And Jesus said, no, my brothers are those who do the will of my Father, right? And so now that you're out here in life, what you want to obtain or what you're shooting for is psychographics and not demographics, right? So at the end, because there are going to be people who look just like us, right? And they're not going to be for you. And there are going to be people who don't look like you who will be for you, right? So life is a mixed bag in that regards, right? And so you have your purpose, right? You go out there and you fulfill your destiny, and people will aid you in that purpose. And remember, you also have to see your enemies as a blessing, right? Because the Bible says that I will make your enemies your footstool. Are you familiar with Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, Lust? Have you ever watched those animes?
Of course. Of course.
Okay. So did you notice when Goku first met Oma, she was his enemy. She tried to steal the Dragon Balls from him, and then that became his closest friend. When Goku first met Yamcha, right, and Tuar, those were his enemies. They wanted to take the Dragon Balls. When Goku first met Chien and what's the guy with the three eyes? Chien and what's called again? Those was his enemies. When he first met Krillin, his best friend, started out competing with him. That was his enemy, right? And so if you notice, all of Goku's enemies were his friends because they are what allowed him to exceed to the next level. So if Goku doesn't meet Vegeta, does he exceed to the next level? Does he go to Spirit World and come back and master the Kaioken technique without Vegeta?
No, they push each other. They're each other's.
Exactly. Does Goku become Super Saiyan without Frieza?
No.
Right. So you have to also look at to some extent your enemies as your friends. They are your chance to elevate.
What did I tell you earlier about the psychopath?
You gotta have a little bit in you.
You got to have a little of crazy. You know why? When I wrestled, and it was funny because me and Sandog shared pictures of us as teenagers and in the Army. We were not built like regular teenagers, were we?
No, we're not. No.
No, we're not.
No.
And you got to realize this. When I went to the tournament, and I lost my first match, but I beat the guy who I lost to in less than 2 minutes in the first round. And when I started progressing, I didn't realize I was progressing. I was just doing what was natural to me, one match at a time. My coach actually pulled me to the side when the guy was having an injury in the second round. He never cursed, but he made a point. I don't care if you break his neck. If you win, you're in the championship finals. Do what you need to do because he's going to come out swinging. I'm going to tell you, and the verse he's talking about is Psalms 110, verse 1. And the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstools. Every time somebody tells you no, I want to preach this to you. Hey, LEPD squad, put this in the, you're going to be my scribe today. Put this in the chat. Every time somebody tells you no, it's another opportunity to show your greatness.
Correct.
Dr. Doom said it best. I don't know losses. I only know setbacks.
Correct. Look at Shedeur Sanders, right? So the NFL, right, feared Shedeur Sanders and his dad being bigger than the Shield. So think about it. If the NFL did what they were supposed to do, which was Shedeur Sanders going number 1 overall to my New York Giants, right? So let's say Shedeur goes to New York and he doesn't do well. Okay, they get what they want. Let's say Shedeur goes to New York and he wins 2 Super Bowls, right? It's the New York Giants. That's par for the course, right? What are the New York Giants? Vince Lombardi, Tom Landry, Bill Parcells, Y.A. Tittle, you know what I'm saying? Lawrence Taylor, Eli Manning, Bill Sims. So if he goes to the New York Giants and he wins 2 Super Bowls, right? He's only doing what he's supposed to do, right? He just gets swallowed up in the lore that's the New York Football Giants. But now, what did you do? You wanted to make an example of him. So you martyr him. He gets picked 144th overall in the 5th round, and you send him to Cleveland. Now, the Cleveland quarterbacks have not been steady. The Cleveland Browns have not been steady at quarterback since Bernie Kosar, right? Bernie Kosar leaves Cleveland in 1993. So now, if Shedeur Sanders overcomes being drafted in the 5th round, going to a dysfunctional organization like the Cleveland Browns, and let's say Shedeur manages to bring 2 Super Bowls to that franchise, do you know what the NFL just did despite them trying to fuck him over? You would have made Shedeur bigger than you. Yeah. At that point, the name Sanders becomes bigger than the Shield itself. Whereas if you would have just sent the kid to New York, and even if he was successful there, it would have just been par for the course. But you screwed him out of the 1st round, drafted him in the 5th round, and sent him to the most dysfunctional franchise you have to offer. And if that kid overcomes all of that, he'll be a god amongst men.
Yeah, I mean,
shoot, there's a reason that Peyton Manning has a statue in my home city, in front of the stadium.
You got to look at it. I'm a Ravens fan. Look what they did to Lamar. You got 2 MVPs later. You're telling me a little no or a little fuck you? You should be, excuse my language, you should be dick hard when a motherfucker tells you no. That's psychopath. Why are you happy they told you no? Because these motherfuckers don't see me coming. It's like, you ever been on a raid?
Yeah.
And you just hyped. You gotta calm yourself down and stay focused.
Yeah.
And you like,
hold on a second, guys. I had to take a call. Hold
on. Okay. And you're thinking to yourself, these motherfuckers really don't see me coming. And you're like, wow.
You got to hit them hard like Ray Lewis.
Yeah. And it's like, you're in this motherfucker's house and nobody hears you. You're like, this some fucking video game shit. You gotta define your greatness. This is a moment to define your greatness, where once you get your commission, you'll sit back and laugh, and you'll be giving speeches on how I was told no. My story began with a no.
That's the thing, Charles. Like the thing is, like when I heard no, and then when I got like confirmation that something weird was happening, about like that, like I got confirmation from you, other people, and then especially when the retired recruiter told me, I was like, I want to pop into the officer recruiter's office with her senior master sergeant, with me fully dressed down in my officer attire. And I was like, I could just imagine. I was like, hey, I'd like to talk to you and sit down. And like that thought came into mind. I was like, it's time to get to work.
I'm a natural Aries, right? My first department I ever worked for was the Department of Veteran Services Police. Worked there for a year. They told me 2 days before Christmas that I would not be working there 2 days after Christmas, before I got grandfathered in for a year, so they couldn't get rid of me. You know what the guy said to me? Black guy, too. He looked me right dead in my eyes and said, maybe it wasn't meant for you to be a police officer. So my son was on the way. Found out Angie was pregnant with Peanut. Uh-oh. I had to take a job where I took a $25,000 pay cut. Transporting prisoners for Anne Arundel and Baltimore County. So, I get called from Baltimore City, and I told them assholes at the security place. And they were like, you could have worked today. No, the fuck I can't. I got hired by something better. Fuck you. As soon as we got our dress bleeders, I literally walked from 210 Guilford to the VA hospital and saw that same individual. And he was like, hey, how you doing? I looked him in the hand. I said, you were right. Maybe it wasn't meant for me to be a police officer. I was a full blue, gun and badge. And the look he gave me in his face, and he told me this almost 2 years ago to that day. And he shocked him. And I shook his hand and smiled. Maybe you're right. I think you're right. Maybe it wasn't meant for me to be a police officer. That's why I say the best revenge is living well. Where one door closes, 13, 14, 25 more doors open. Instead of taking me and seeing what the, like, if I was a recruiter and you come to me with being an officer, I want to enlist in the military, I'd have slapped you and said, no, you're going officer. But what? I'm going to fuck you up if we don't have enough young black men with your talent, with your knowledge, with your guile and style and profile in the officer corps. I would be insulted to let you go in as an enlisted. Enlisted are for guys who, I won't say, yeah, I didn't have the discipline for cause I was fucking and partying too damn much. When you already accomplished it and you got that type of degree, man, you get the fuck on. You get the fuck on. You speak it to the captain. Get the fuck out of here. You ain't doing no enlisted bullshit. And that's how black men protect other black men. You don't allow them to settle for mediocrity. Your adventure, I'm just going to keep, and it's my job to keep tabs on you. Like, how's kid doing? How's that kid doing? But this is the reason why we let so many young black men fall to the wayside, is because we developed this hater spirit.
And that's the crazy part, because my officer recruiter, I was like, okay, this black woman, maybe she'll like, she'll help me in the process a little bit. But I was like, just got the email.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you heard what I said in the story when I was giving my hour-long soliloquy or ramble. I said, how the hell do you expect help from the same people that are okay with their sons being incarcerated at the rates they are? being miseducated, being indoctrinated by phony shit. How can I get, and this is sad, you have white judges who have more mercy on a young black man than that sister does who's trying to prosecute him.
Ooh, I did see that clip. I did see that clip where the white judge tried to say, "Hey, let's give the kid another chance." And the black attorney, she was fighting him tooth and nail. I was like, damn.
And think about it. Anybody else would have been held in contempt of court. And you think about it. Yes, if I had to train you to do certain tactical shit, are there times you're going to be treated lower than shark shit? Yes. Why? Not because I'm trying to ridicule you. It's because guess what? Are you able to follow commands when you're uncomfortable? Are you able to carry the mission when you're hungry, when you're tired, when you're cold, when you're hot? You're going to respect this position you have because you know how long. People don't realize we had to do training for QRF. We were timed on how much we could get all our gear and weaponry on those trucks. Why? Because time means what? Lives. The more time it takes, the more lives you lose. And last time I checked, life isn't something you can always get back, can you?
You only get one. No redos.
So imagine you're getting smoked because you're too slow. 7 minutes it took us to get all this gear up there. So the average person, that's fast. To us, that's slow. We got down to literally 2 minutes. The way we wrapped our gear around a chair, you could just slip it on. The way we had the fucking 50 cal position. Me and another guy hit it on, we locked it in. We got it down to a fucking science. We were so fast that the first calf got hit by 7 mortars. We were at their fucking part of the base before their QRF was in. Their QRF's geared up because their QRF came in PT clothes. And we beat them there. And you got to understand, this is your training years. These are your years to show your greatness. And last time I checked, no follower, subscriber of mine, male, female, or in between, black, white, or indifferent. We all piss greatness in this motherfucker. And we defecate victory. I need to write that down for a t-shirt. When you think about it, you're right. LAPD SWAT, iron sharpens iron. Diamonds only cut diamonds, besides lasers. You got to train like you fight. You got to fight like you train. Every day you go through this. My motivation was sick. How dare a motherfucker tell me what I can't do? How dare you? Who the fuck are you? Like, what consequence are you? But these are the conversations none of the detractors of our space will ever hear.
I mean, shoot, if it wasn't for the space, I wouldn't be in Theo's class. I wouldn't have grown spiritually. You know, shout out to Dr. T and BGS. You know, put me onto the path of Gnosticism. Shoot, I would probably still be stocking shelves at Target after graduation.
Yeah, because you got to remember, your spiritual journey, spiritual food is different than any of the other three. Spiritual is what motivates because your physical is going to be your hunger, your thirst, your libido. Your mental is trying to gain knowledge, trying to learn how to speak. Your emotional is trying to keep your emotions intact, even though sometimes you want to rage the fuck out. Sometimes you want to be kept quiet. But your spiritual, there's special food and fruit that you can only eat for the spiritual. And part of that is the enlightening journey. I don't give a damn if you're Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Taoist, Shinto, Jinns. What makes you a better person? See, we don't just play chess in this fucking arena. We play Risk. And I love playing Risk on my iPad. Do you know one of the longest games I ever played of Risk or World at War? I literally gave up half my country to gain the world. Little by little. It took me 27 hours to beat before I conquered the whole world. 27 hours of play. On and off. And I was losing certain key points. I was like, fuck, how am I going to gain this back? But what you start to realize is that the monster you have to conquer is not always the giant or the dragon before you. It's the monster within inside of you. The monster of quit. The monster of regret. The monster of laziness. When those monsters are conquered, thwarted, defeated, that's when you truly start to become into your warrior's path. Your warrior's path is supposed to be to fund you. This is the reason why I told a couple of guys I've mentored, you look for comfort, but then you expect strength in return. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Because I'm not saying don't marry a good woman if you see her, but when you marry somebody, you're settling down, you're slowing down. And you wonder why it's harder for me to achieve because now you took on responsibilities you could not bear at that time. To each is their own, of course. But if you ask me, if you got a journey, most black boys are taught very early to be afraid of that lonely journey. That's some of the most profound shit you will ever find in your life. Is when the real you is going to be alone. Don't you want to be with somebody for companionship? I laugh.
My mom is always worried about that. I remember last year, crazy. She said, like, just tell me, are you gay? And I was like, no, mom, no. She just hasn't seen me with a girl. And I was like, no, I'm just focused right now.
You know why? Because her world is different from your world. She's used to that. She's used to the womanizing of your 20s. Hell, my parents, even when I lived on my own, when I came back from the war, my parents were not used to me bringing, with the exception of probably like one or two girlfriends. They weren't used to me being around a bunch of girls like that. Till later on, until when I just stopped giving a fuck. You got to remember, when you're focused and you got a plan, nobody's going to see the destination or the path before you but you. Now, I'm not saying you can't go hit a shorty on the side, but guess what? Wrap that shit up like a mummy. Because we can't let shit slow us down. Ain't no pregnancy scares over here. There's very few controversial things I say that women don't agree. One of the things, a man should have a little bit of a body count. Carefully and safely. Why? Women's greatest manipulation is their sexuality and their manipulation. Sometimes through sexuality. When she can't manipulate you with sex, and you can literally say, get thee behind me, Satan, what power does she hold? She can't physically keep you there. Oh, I'm just going to give you this. Okay. We slept together and what? No. You don't realize I'm on my journey. Because one thing I'll tell you, when a bitch on her journey, does she pay you any mind?
Nope.
Why not return the favor?
And it's weird because like I've always had like this dream Like it's so like visual and surreal. It's just like I got a sword in one hand and I got like a book in another. And I was like, I've always just wondered what it meant. But then I was like, I feel like you said, the journey. Like I've done the on the one side of the book, but I was like, what did the sword mean? And so when this just popped out of the, I felt like the creator was trying to guide me and tell me something.
Well, you know what that means, right?
What?
You're a blessed dichotomy. Meaning, you're the warrior scholar. I'm a historian by trade. There's not one warrior class that was uneducated, was there?
Nope. Some of the philosophers were some of your greatest generals.
Think about it. How smart were the Zulu warriors? We still use their tactics today in the war.
Masters of combat.
How smart were the medieval knights?
They breathed, lived, and trained war.
Guess what they were also masters of? Poetry, musical arts, the samurai. These motherfuckers could kill you with jiu-jitsu, budo, all kinds of arts.
They played instruments. They painted.
They had calligraphy. Think about it. A lot of your warrior class is your most educated class. That was the greatest way to go to the crown.
I remember I took a tech elective class at Georgia Tech once for the summer, taking summer school, and you would think it would be about tech, but we were talking about philosophy.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking about utilitarianism, nihilism, morality, and I was like, but we were like kind of conjoining the two with life, and I was like, I thought this was like a tech class, but
you gotta remember, what was the greatest shame that Albert Einstein ever felt? His involvement of creating the nuclear bomb. But out of that knowledge, how many people live comfortably under nuclear powered places? You got to be a dichotomy. I am a master of peace. I can draw. I can write stories. Obviously, I could talk to people for fucking hours.
My minor was in theater. So I got 3 degrees. So I got my major computer science, my minor in theater arts, and then I have my other degree in general studies.
Yeah. So you got to remember, what's the most important thing in combat sports and martial arts? It's the shadow boxing, the practice, the katas. Why? Because you don't have a partner in front of you. The opponent you're facing is yourself. It's one when you get in tune to yourself. So when you're in tune with yourself, you know you're having conversations with yourselves. There's a comic book called Sandman, and his family is called the Endless.
Oh yeah, war, death, dream,
gluttony. You know, and what is it? Delirium.
Yeah, delirium.
Delirium is like the Joker on steroids, super steroids, like the super soldier serum type shit. Delirium. You ever heard the saying that crazy and smart are just fine lines of the same coin? Delirium is so smart that to other people, everybody else, she seems crazy. Because at first, before she went delirious, she was actually incredibly smart. She was the smartest creature in the universe.
But she was originally another aspect, but then she transmuted to something else.
Exactly. So when you look at crazy people, quote unquote, are they really crazy or they see something others don't?
Like for me, I understand what Kanye is saying. It's just that he just speaks so abstractly that you gotta like kind of. It's like a you kind of got to put the painting together. It just doesn't make sense just looking at it.
Not the normal people, because it takes, Mr. T said it best. It takes a smart man to play stupid. You got to remember, have you ever had to dumb yourself down to talk to people?
All the time. Because I think I took an IQ. I took a recent IQ test, and I think I qualified for Mensa.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think we have ultra smart people on my channel? I curse a lot, but am I gravely articulate? Do I ever seem lost in a conversation? No. When I took tests in the military, they thought I had dual degrees up to the graduate level.
Yeah, I took a personality test where I came out INTJ, and then my recent IQ was 138.
Yeah, which is genius level. There's a reason why. I'm surprised that I've been with so many women, but I always wondered, why don't I keep them longer? And
honestly, whenever I have a convo, it feels like I'm pulling teeth.
Yeah, because most times when you talk to a lot of women, you're not going to be able to talk past the first level.
Yeah, and even when I haven't gone too deep, the thing is, my observations. The thing is, like, the one thing you learn in like theater class. Like, I've always been like a wallflower, but it taught me how to like instinctively just people watch and like see how dynamics happen in the room, what people do. Like, it always so whenever you embody a character, you don't. It's not something like people think acting is just like you're faking something. Like, no, you're becoming something. Like, you have to kind of break them down to a psychological level to where you got to think of why they're doing this action, and like you got to literally kind of, okay, the scene is giving me these lines, but what am I doing with my body itself?
Yeah, you got to make it look like you're in it. That's why a lot of actors had to have a lot of therapy after their roles, because they've embodied the energy of someone else. Why do you think Heath Ledger went off the deep end when he played the Joker?
I mean, shoot, I sent you that Robert Downey Jr. Tropic Thunder.
Mm-hmm. That was funny. That was funny as hell. Guess what? If he was in makeup right in front of you, you would think he was any other black man.
But he wasn't.
And what happens is that there's a lot of people, especially in the black community, who are afraid to be daring. And that is the greatest sin of all. It's the sin of never knowing. It's like me and Sandog talk all the time. One of the greatest failures in life is to never see how far you can send your body in the physical realm. I think the same way of the mental, spiritual, and the emotional. How much can I endure? How much empathy can I emit? How much can my soul progress?
Because I remember Art was talking about sacred geometry, and then BGS does the zodiac. So I remember Pimp God was talking about like life path numbers, and I was curious, and I found out my life path number is like the number 5, and it's the call for adventure.
And that's why I kept telling you, this for the adventure kid. Here's the crazy part. I look at some of my friends who are married and they think I'm bitter. And I'm like, I'm not bitter. I'm too black though. You gotta think. Out of all my friends, only 1 or 2 were cops. Well, close ones, 3. And I'm the only war vet. So I've seen shit that they can't even imagine of the world. I've traveled the world starting at 15, 16, just doing freestyle wrestling. So my point of view, compared to my friend's average point of view, I have pretty intelligent friends. It's going to be different because I'm fully black pill. I'm the utilitarian. If I was the nihilist, I wouldn't be on the stream. I'd probably be a part of some goddamn anarchy group or something. But what keeps me from being an anarchist is my father. Do you really want the world to go burn in flames when you got this child here? And I had to make the answer clear. The answer is no. I know the world's fucked up. I can see the world. That's why it's hard. Remember when I said it's hard to have conversations with women past the first level?
Mm-hmm.
Because one chick I dealt with in the department, I knew her since we were like 14 years old and upper bound. And we're both, 34 now? I mean, excuse me, 43. Damn dyslexia. So she says, I want a man. You told me that marriage is a business. Was I lying? Marriage is a business. You could do certain things on my behalf. And last time I checked, if we divorce, we split assets. That's a business move. When we gain assets, we make money. So she's like, I want a man to be head over heels in love with me and I'm with him. I said, that's all good, but to me, two things will build a great relationship is respect and acknowledgement. If you don't respect me, you'll never truly love me. And guess what? I even have to humble myself to my cat. You know why? That cat has senses you can't even imagine. Why do you think he's at my stove all the time? He's doing his job. It's like telling the cop how to catch a bad guy, and you've never been in law enforcement A1 day one. But how many people will tell the police what to do? And the silliness about it all is this. People will look at you and take your experiences and say, oh, it's not that bad. No, I never said it was bad. I just said it is what it is. Because when I talk in terms of what it is, I want people to realize there's shit that in the world that most people should never see. I had to see it. Trust me, 6 shots of 357 to the human head is not pretty, especially when fresh. And you're still trying to develop, okay, where's this motherfucker's eyes and nose? So it's like this. Like I tell people, what are the 2 things in nature that were before love and hate? Do you know, Loss?
On a physical aspect?
Mm-hmm.
Light and dark?
The 2 things that came, well, light and dark are pre for that. The 2 things that existed before love and hate were survival and killer instinct. That's black pill.
Oh, okay. It's on a primal instinctual level. Okay.
On a survival level. And that's why it's hard for me to talk to a lot of people. Because I'm talking about survival and killer instinct. They're talking about love and hate. We're not even on the same wavelength. Especially when I try to explain to them, you're not ready for those conversations.
I mean, you're talking about the bare bones of the human element.
Of nature, period. And when I tell them, I see things differently, even people who were in the military. They didn't. Well, there's some people in Iraq who didn't see the real ugliness of it. Hell, most military personnel don't deploy. They can't tell me about the ugliness. there's some smells that trigger me. That make me feel like I'm back in those goddamn villages. So when you talk to people, when you go to utilitarian state, not saying that black pill is a greater level, how I view black pill is this. It's primal. It's the how it is and what it is. It's a stripper. The chick who first strips is not the same chick who when she leaves that pole that night. She's never the same person after that. She looks at men in a totally different way. That person who's been molested is not the same person before they molested. Black pill is not some Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan level of red pill. No. It's when that person is ushered into a very primal, basic state of being. Meaning the is and is not, or will not, or shall not, or shall.
So not even Ultra Instinct?
Not even Ultra. It's not even a branch. It's its own separate planet. Because red pill still worries about the family. Okay? Black pill worries about the fucking world, the civilization. How am I going to survive if it's a shit hits the fan scenario? Are you okay leaving some people behind?
I mean, shoot, you see what's happening like over here. Like that's why I'm in Theo's class. I'm trying to save my ass first before anything else.
Yeah. Are you okay pressing the button that might kill 1,000 people but prevent the next Hitler? You got to live with that shit. There is no way you can become a conscientious objector and be a cop. There's nothing against you. I respect your beliefs. But in my branch, sometimes in order to save a life, you may be called upon taking one. And even then, even if it's the most righteous way to take one, the hardest part is to still live with that shit.
Sometimes you have to go to war to find to gain peace.
Yeah. You know, would you rather be the gardener in the war or the warrior in the garden? And that's what people really need to find out. Which one are you? Which one would you rather be? I'd rather be the warrior in the garden. Because when you go through war, you truly know what peace is. And you'll fight like hell to keep it that way. But a lot of people here, you know, think that, oh, you're just worried to talk shit about black women. Black women are the least of my goddamn problems. Part of me, in some small part, want to save these motherfuckers. But the larger part of me is that you're too far gone. If I took a lot of these black chicks on the journey, how many of you going to poison our children with the same stupid shit? Alicia Baumgartner and her fine ass said it best. There's too many of you too busy trying to be Lot's wife. I even wrote back to her and said, no, a lot of people ain't going to get the concept of what you speak of.
And shoot, I was raised in in sort of a village, but you know, at some point I had to leave home, and then I had to be a parent to where, hey, everybody not like some of the people I grew up with.
No, you find out how blessed you are when the subject matter which you speak of and the things that were permitted from you shows through.
Like the thing is, I didn't know that I was in the hood until until I figured it out.
Yeah, that's how it was. Because one, when when my parents divorced, even when they were still married, it didn't feel like we were in the hood. It felt like we had a lot of shit. But you never see those 60 hours my dad put in the cab in the 80s a week. You didn't see the learning and the flashcards my mom made for us to pronounce 3 to 4 to 5 syllable words. Mesopheniola, obsolescence, melancholy. So a lot of things that you say, all right, see you later. A lot of things that were sacrificed for you to be greater, nobody sees that shit. What's the old saying? Nobody, you weren't with me shooting in the gym, but you want to get half.
Cause like my where my dad stayed at, we lived off the highway, so we was kind of out the way, but we were more like hood adjacent. Like it wasn't too far away. But then my school, it was kind of like, so my private school was Christian school. You know, the church is like a safe ground. Like no stuff is allowed. So it was kind of like this big bubble around us. So, but then once I got out of that bubble, I was like, oh, this is real life.
Go from Christian and Catholic school from the age of 2 all the way up to your 8th grade graduation. And 9th grade, you get put in inner city Lake Clifton. Culture shock. And I had to make, nobody sat me down for those adjustments. There was no easy training. And what's funny about it is that even some of my ex-girlfriends are like, why are you so different? I said, I went to private school before Lake Clifton. Oh, that's why. I said, oh, you think I don't understand the hood culture? And when even to this day, we still talk to each other. I always joke with her, if I can't find nobody else, I might as well marry your ass because you're the devil that I know. And she tried to go on a date with 2 guys who have some computer degrees. And those computer nerds are not social. They're socially awkward. So she's like, well, I wish I could talk to people like you do. And you know what I kept telling her? I'm rare. We used to FaceTime each other, talking on the goddamn computer, talking on the iPad, and I'm on the bench lifting weights.
Yeah, people don't understand the amount of work you have to put towards, just having a conversation with somebody, especially if they're not on your level.
Mm-hmm. And she has a 4-year degree, but guess what? Me and BGS was talking about law shit that she learned in classes 3 years after that conversation. That's why the whole VHS thing came up. And it's like, you think that I'm some idiot when I'm talking to you, and she's like, I can't believe that you're talking. And she's like, you're saying the same shit my teacher said that she told me years later. And she's like, God damn. I said, you should have appreciated me when you had me to yourself. Now I'm a bit more expensive. Now I'm the guy you can speak to about philosophy, which I helped her in our classes for law and philosophy. Because most of her time she had to go on ride-alongs, and I was like, look, I'll do you one better. Just interview me. I'm lifting weights while telling her about the ramification of different laws. That's a hell of a dichotomy where you can do 2 things at once and focus on them both.
I got a Black Laws dictionary in my Amazon wish list.
Oh yeah, and it's like giving certain philosophies about how you see the world. And it was so funny because one time she had me on the phone with one of her professors, and the professor was quiet. They were intrigued. And the professor was like, why do you marry this guy? You're not going to find too many like him. You're suffering from what guys like me and Stand Dog suffer. We're like Moses. We fight for our people to get freedom. We want them to be let go. We want them out of Pharaoh's grasp. But these motherfuckers are finding too much fun being enslaved. There's safety and there's calmness in being in servitude.
But wait, was Socrates killed by people outside or inside of society?
That's inside. Think about it. What did Julius Caesar say? You too, Brutus? Your own homeboy did you in. Because he didn't want to feel out. He had to stab you because he was afraid the other motherfuckers were going to stab him. You couldn't have told me, hey, you might want to leave tonight. Some people after you. Don't say I say shit.
For some reason, there's something in the human being that fears different or something better showing up.
Because every human being has a small fear of being one, insignificant, and inferior. And it's enhanced in the black community 100-fold. How can I prove this? When you teach something in the black community, are they grateful or are they resentful?
Resentful.
Because most black people are not taught to be the best. They're taught just to be the 9-to-5ers. They're taught to be safe. Because
and the thing is, like, I know we have systematic things working and historical things working, but at the same time, I was like, when you talk to people, it's like, hey, did you try though?
No. Because this is the reason why cultural is worse than systematic racism. Because at some point, the system has to let some of us in.
Especially when the system is breaking down at the current moment.
Exactly. Even at different points, you have to let the best of the best in. And if that Negro is the best that we got to let him in. No matter how racist of a system, they had to let the best of the best in.
But what happens when a good chunk of your male population doesn't even know how to read?
You have what's called implosion.
Because the thing is, my dad, like, he's blue collar, but the thing is, like, you know, if he got his degree, he would have been an 89. But he just got his associate's degree after getting out the Navy and began his trade as an electrician.
Yeah.
He got his associate in robotics, and he became a specialist. And so that's why that's the reason he's paid such a large amount of money, because he's.
I would give your dad an 89 status.
Yeah, BGS gave him a 86 blue collar because he's a blue collar worker.
What's his trade?
Electrician, and he
he
works for Chrysler.
Like, put it to you this way: he would get 89 because he's basically Tony Stark. Okay, he only needs an associate's because he has all this goddamn wealth of knowledge and experience behind him. The people who have the 4-year and the masters usually need that because of what? They don't have the experience your dad has. You got to remember, I give him like the 89 status because he has an associate's, but his associate's goes hand in hand with his trade. He's probably doing what master's degree people are doing, especially if he's been doing it for decades. And when you look at things in that perspective, notice what's happening on the job market. Either you got to have 10 years, 5 years of experience, or a 4-year degree.
It's damn near like a driver's license at this point.
Exactly. Everybody got one. What's up, Bucket? And when you look at those different situations of manhood, and going back to what you said, what happens when your population can't read? Who is to be at fault? if we can't blame who's at fault, because the women had dominion over the children for like what 50 years, 40 years. I'll even give you up to 30 years. You had strict dominion over the children. Strict dominion. You got pregnant by men who were never good fathers. You treated abortion like it was birth control.
I mean, shoot, we can go further in the breakdown with the adage of the 10 years doctrine.
Yeah. And I don't even like to go that far. Because once again, people are gonna give you those duh eyes. Even though we could tell you the 10 years doctrine, because the kids are not even yours; they're the state's. That's why the state gives you a license tag, calls your social security number. I want you to think of this. And what society will you give men the least and expect them to produce the most?
A slave society?
Even slaves were taught to count at some point.
I mean, shoot, when the Moors took over Europe, they at least educated their the people they took over their land. They educated their children.
And this is the fear, because white people don't live off of prosperity, live off of fear. If I don't put my foot on that black man's neck, he's going to overtake me. So what happens when you're women? If I don't put my foot on my son's neck, I'm not going to have a man in the house. Women know. I've heard many women say, I know I'm not going to get married because of my attitude. So why curse your children? Why curse your children? Think about it.
Shoot, I heard a black woman on a Lepeef panel today. She said it came straight out of her mouth. She said the reason that men are disposable is because we're afraid that they'll leave.
That's a black woman's greatest fear, that a man will leave. You know why? Because black woman secretly knows this one statement. And I want everybody to listen to me closely. LAPD SWAT, you're the scribe, so put this in the chat. The reason why they're afraid a black man will leave is because they know they can't compete with better. They can absolutely not compete with better. There's no option. It's like saying, do I get the 79 beat up Nova or the 2026 Cadillac? I can't compete with that, could I?
And God forbid you meet one for standard, then they're going to hold you to a standard. So rather than be with him and be held to the standard, you have babies with bums.
You want to have a good laugh? Are you on Facebook dating?
Oh no. I stay off of online dating.
No. I'll say this because it's going to make you laugh. It makes me laugh because, don't look, just humor me for a minute. Put your age group in there from 22 to 27. And look at the fucking shit that comes up on there. And it's going to make you laugh. I'm dating with a purpose, but I got 5 kids. They know they can't compete with better. If you put them on a standard, they can't meet it.
I've seen so many crazy descriptions. Oh, I'm tired of hookups. I'm ready for something serious.
How can you tell me you have a standard when you never lived in one? How can you tell me you have a standard when your baby daddy's a prisoner? How can you tell me you have a standard when your ex-husband was a joke of a man? But you hold him in higher esteem than a guy who's more qualified than 100 motherfuckers looking. This is the fucking reason why they are afraid of you leaving. Because they know they don't have shit to keep you around.
And the crazy thing is, you got them in school, and they're right there in class with you.
And will mistreat. Think about this, right? What's the most educated time that a black woman will see educated men?
College, grad school, medical school.
You never see them bitches ever fucking with college boys. You never see it. You could go to school all day and you dismiss all the men that you know this guy is educated, and you're too damn stupid. Because we can't say it's ignorant now because you're stupid. You know what dope boys look like. You know where they hang at. But for some reason, you get pregnant by those motherfuckers. Not the motherfuckers. People laugh at me when I said if I had a daughter, yeah, you go get that STEM boy and you fuck his brains out. But then you think you're going to come back with 3 kids in tow and you're going to go and you're going to come upon shit and you think that this man who had to spend the last 20, 30, maybe 40 years of his life making him something, and you're going to bring him somebody else's children, and then have the audacity to say, I'm done having children.
Shoot. I know that people give Russell shit, but at least he got 4 babies out of Sierra.
Not only he got 4 babies, he got $300 million out of ass for selling his jersey to her fan demographics. But people want to call Russell a simp. Russell's a pimp.
And once BGS broke it down, I was like, wait a minute. This was actually a smart move.
But that's how you know the black pill versus the red pill rage.
Yeah. But at the same time, like, I'm just tired of chicks constantly doing like, oh, I need Sierra's prayer. And I was like, you're not Sierra.
No, you're not Sierra. You're worth nothing.
Like Sierra is like runway model level beauty.
And let's talk about this. What's the first rule of protection?
She has to listen.
Obedience. I gotta send you my protection list I did a year and a half ago.
Should I say I saved the Faulkner Initiative?
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna tell you why. That protection. If you're not willing to obey, I can't protect you.
I mean, shoot, that's why I had to kick my niece out of my crib.
If you're not willing to obey, I can't protect you. You go out there doing foolishness.
She didn't want to obey, or wanted to be disrespectful. Under my roof, I said, "Nah, you gotta get up out of here."
There we go. I don't care how much I love you, but respect comes first. When I stop being respected, that's when shit falls apart. And this is the big thing that black men never been taught: self-respect. My cat has self-respect. There's some things he will not do. He will not shit where he eats. And he will not eat where he shits. He's that respectful to himself. Oh, well, you telling me that, yes, a rat will dig into the trash but find a cleaner place to eat.
I mean, shoot, I've seen rats actually clean themselves and wash their hands.
So what does that tell you? There's motherfuckers who go take a piss and they go eat something without washing their hands. But a rat will actually get some water and wash their hands even before they eat. Funniest shit ever, isn't it, with that video?
Yeah, I remember one time I saw a rat. It looked like it was rubbing itself, taking a shower under a drainage pipe, and I was like, "Rats clean themselves?"
Yeah, they're very clean animals. They may go through the garbage to find food, but I mean, if you laid some fresh food, that's what they would prefer.
Fresh food.
Yeah. Why do
I
you
mean,
think?
it's like the homeless person. They rather you get them something from the store rather than have them dig through the trash.
Yeah, that's called survival and killer instinct. Now, when you look at other shit, it goes back into what happens when you take away these stamps. Because January 1st, you got 2 years. You got 2 years. None of you are marriage material. None of you have been thinking. And I told this one dyke, I said, look, shorty, let's be honest. A lot of these chicks wanted the kids because they that's their biological imperative is to have babies. But you're taught that a man is disposable. You're scared that he's going to leave. No man ever left a lady. People are like, but what about Jeff Bezos with his wife? Is Jeff Bezos' wife on a fucking corner? Poor, homeless? No. He didn't leave her. Broke.
She handing money out to HBCU like it's candy.
Yeah. So you telling me he gave her severance package and said, thank you for your services.
I mean, she did what she needed to do. She started in the garage with him. She deserved it.
Yeah, I have no problems with it. But yet, we're whining about chicks who can't even fix you a goddamn sandwich. But this motherfucker made him a billionaire. The richest man on earth. Probably the richest man in history, second to Mansa Musa. And you're telling me what? We're worried about nickel and dime bitches? We're worried about not living our best life. If you're not exercising, if you're not walking, stretching, educating yourself, I don't give a fuck about the gynocracy. I'm glad I'm aware about it. I'm glad I know about it. But I'm not worried about the motherfuckers. Because
I live in Gynocracy Central. I just make my money and move along.
And trust me, a straight man in Atlanta, if you wanted to, you could have your way with so many women. But guess
The
what?
crazy thing, Charles, is that narrative. The thing is that these chicks be knowing about these dudes. And they don't care.
They know.
Yeah, I was like, so when they on TikTok complaining, I was like, baby girl, I be seeing you with these dudes. They be open, they be flaming, and they be rubbing up on them and everything, giving them the eyes. And I was like, you know, he said they don't care.
You go talk to the average gay dude. Average gay dude in Atlanta got kids. The secret they don't want to tell you, a lot of those broads, because they're fucking curmudgeons, no straight dude want to fuck with them. So they're going to go to their gay friends to fuck them and give them some kids. And guess what? You never know who daddy was. There's a lot of secrets, but they talk about black men being down low when the overwhelming majority of LGBT in the black community are women.
Yeah, there's a lot of bisexuals running around here. I was like, y'all just messing with everybody and anybody, huh?
Yeah, like you know how many. Well, I need to open up a Patreon to tell some of these stories. Do you know how many so-called studs, literally, when nobody's looking, just throwing themselves at me?
Of course, you're the Falk.
And the incredible. And it's funny because one chick I got back in touch with, she had to block me on social media because she has a whole following of studs and lesbians. And she thought that I was going to tell her business. I said, no, I don't tell shit. That's your business.
I mean, shoot, a lot of these lesbian couples, they be having a third with a dude.
Oh yeah, especially if it's a dude they both find it attractive. You'd be surprised, and it's sad because they're all trying to hide. They're all trying to hide.
The thing is, when you take them baggy clothes off and them boy clothes off, and they make them lose some weight, and look like men like that.
Oh no, trust me. There was one chick. She might have had the cornrows, but she took off her clothes, boy. She was fit. She had abs, ass, titties, thighs like Tina Turner. I was like, good Lord. I'm like, are you sure you want to deal with women? We can make some adjustments there. But
BGS said every one of them got that one.
Yeah. But you look at it and you're saying to yourself, there has to be an agenda to a lot of this bullshit.
Like whatever happened to the tomboys? Like, I remember in the 2000s, like if a girl was leaning more to the boy, so she'd just be a tomboy.
Well, you had a lot of chicks who were lesbians, not by choice, because they were forced to. They were not. Men wouldn't approach them. They were just not attractive. I mean, I'm surprised Leslie Jones isn't, looking like a dude.
Wait. The court is still out on that.
Yeah, the court's still out on that. We're about to adjourn that motherfucker. I would have raised up in the courtroom. You telling me this whole time that was a chick? Get the fuck out of here.
I mean, shoot. My money's on she's paying for it.
But she's paying. Oh, she has to.
Cause I was like, what man? Like, even the most down bad Pookie, like even Pookie wouldn't take it.
You gotta take a gas station dick pill, a Cialis, a Viagra. God damn, and a couple of fifths of Jack. And you remember ABM? Stud stand for still titties underneath them shirts. So I'm just like, and women keep saying, well, you're beautiful. Okay, we're going to test that. You look beautiful as Leslie Jones, too. I don't look like that bitch. And why you say she's beautiful? I'm just saying, I want to make her feel bad.
You look just like Lizzo.
Yeah, but Lizzo's beautiful. What you mean? What you mean? Oh, so there's a difference. That's the funny part. There's a difference.
I mean, I sent you that pic of that chick. I was like the thing is, like, if they just lost the weight,
yeah,
it's so much. But like she's got a very beautiful face. The thing is, if she just lost the weight,
if she lost 60, 70 pounds, but that's why I said black men are the worst of the worst when it comes to simpery. We're gonna have to figure out a word for the current state of simp, like simpery, symptom, something. I don't know.
I know we got Winter Soldier.
I'm gonna have to come up with a word like simpery.
It has dice already patent.
Like, we're gonna have simpery. When you look at that shit, and I asked my homeboy, I said, look, I think it's the fact that black men have low self-esteem. And I mean, if you're a chubby chaser, to each is their own. But you can't tell me, number one, if I have the ability to get a better looking woman, and the woman had a cute face.
Because for me, it's like, I'll see the face, and then, like, a chick will have, like, big titties or a big butt, but like she's got a slim waist, but she
Yeah.
just looks, the package just looks bigger.
Yeah.
And I'm like that kind, and then I was like, okay, is she overweight, obese? Like it's kind of hard to tell when she got clothes on, just the way she's built.
And what was my answer? Obese.
Obese.
And she's obese because she literally, you could see the fat development in her stomach to the point where it looks like it's splitting. And it's not cute. It really isn't. It's like if you ever seen a chick's profile and she never shows you what she looks like head to toe, I'm going to say you're fat. And most men going to be like, oh, look at her face. I'll give it. She's one out of every 10,000 fat chicks with a cute face. But guess what? How does her body look? I could tell by a chick's arms how obese she is. She?
Like I can count on one hand of like fat chicks to be like, okay, like they're on the precipice, like just the way they're shaped and built. Okay, I can see, but the thing is, like, I couldn't do it in public.
Everybody got one in the back seat, but to me, it's like I told my homeboy, his wife's closer to 50 than 40, and she lost a lot of weight to the point where I almost didn't recognize her. I said to young chicks, there's no excuse for you. And a lot of these chicks, here's the sad part, a lot of them are obese and they never had children. I think I'm going to do a show one day this week where I just talk about female dating profiles.
Yeah, one of my OGs said, like, hey, just look at a chick, imagine her having like 4 or 5 kids and see if you want to be with her.
Yeah. Or imagine her just having one.
That is true. They do blow up after just one.
Used to be back in the day, a black chick have a baby, she built like a shit brick house. And she has all the ass and titties galore. Now, she could be in a goddamn 19 years old, have a baby, and she lost her shape forever. All of them keep saying, if you're looking for sex, you're in the wrong place. Which is funny because none of you are virgins.
And it's crazy. You'll see a white woman with a baby carriage in Pilates or walking or around the park.
Mm-hmm. You'll never. And it's funny because there's no such thing as I've always said it. A black woman who works out and takes care of herself is the most beautiful thing God has created. Unfortunately, they don't believe in it. Like, I'm just looking at it. Like, your arms are big. You're built like Stay Puft the Marshmallow Man. You don't believe it looking well.
You're starting to get multiple chins.
ABM said, most won't even blow up after one. It's the second we get to watch out for. Yeah, that's true. Jesus Christ. They start looking like fucking fullbacks.
Yeah. The thing is that they don't be coming back from the one because the diet be trash.
Yeah, especially an inner city chick. Inner city chick. Oh God.
If she just eats smoke and just eat Henny lemon pepper wings, she's not coming back.
Especially every single day. And I've seen some chicks who work out consistently. And we know the difference. We know the goddamn difference.
I am a sucker for a track star in volleyball.
Yep. All that ass and no waist. Like athletic chicks. People will be like, oh, you like the skinny chicks. I said, no, I like ass like the next black man. But it can't look like, she got a big camera when she backs up.
Her endurance with my muscles.
Mm-hmm. They don't make
Future future wrestler.
Yep, super babies.
Oh no. Wrestler or gymnast?
Yeah. Make a whole bunch of superhuman babies.
Yeah.
And
And he works in biotech.
Yep. I mean, you see my son built like a shit brick house. And working out since he always watched me work out, so he worked out.
Well, you got super Negro
Black
genes.
Black chicks that work out have shitty. I'll say this. Most of the black chicks that I've seen who work out have better dispositions than most regular chicks who don't. They're a lot easier to get along with. Because most of the times when they work out, they got to hang around dudes. Because they know most of their homegirls are not going to go to the gym with them. So they're around a lot of dudes. And not saying you don't have any, because I've seen some shitty attitude having chicks. At least this chick, she may not be the most attractive chick. She's 35, waiting for her love. But guess what she does? She fishes, and apparently she's pretty damn good at Call of Duty or Battlefield. Now, that's Battlefield. She's pretty good at it. But see, at least she put up with her hobbies and what she's enduring. I give her credit for that. But once again, I challenge these chicks. Good God, her arms are huge. And I'm not talking weightlifter huge. I'm talking about school marm huge. Well, you can start to see the cellulite develop. But, you know, a lot of times, he said I gotta watch the nigga Roshi. Free my nigga Roshi. But a lot of times you start to see being in some type of shape. At least this chick says, you know, I don't respond to prompts. Let me see. She's been a Buddhist for 14 years, healer, business owner, grad student, active passport, license, car. Oh boy. Basic shit that every adult damn near has. Date, marriage, empire, legacy. She looks good, but she's into that spirituality shit. One thing about spirituality, bitches, at least they make you some damn good soup.
Gotta stay from the waist beads.
Got the waist beads too. I think I'm gonna do it. That might give me an idea. Get a whole show about chicks' profiles and just be like, this is for the ladies. If you're gonna make a profile for dating, do not come sounding combative, talk about what you won't do. At least this chick kept it short and sweet. For someone that speaks my love language, I appreciate that. That right there, I can appreciate. She wasn't combative. This next one, happiness is all I want to know. If you're with the shits and your mind's not made up, keep moving. See, combative. You're a big woman that's combative. Can't do that. Oh boy, here comes the ultimate. Had to be a New York bitch too. No time for gambling or to lose time. No weirdos. Be yourself. You'll be surprised who loves you back. Stay blessed. God damn it.
Whenever I hear like a list, I feel like, okay, you've messed with that type of dude at some point.
Yeah, that was your vibe. Here's one. At least she made it short and sweet. Cool, chill, and lovable. You get my respect for that. And she's not that bad looking. 45, but let me see. Please be yourself and clear with your intentions. Genuine and fun connections. Not bad. But the same chicks will say that. They'll keep all kinds of secrets and all kinds of shit from you. Oh boy, here we go. Let's see. I'm gonna let the youngest in charge, Lost, take this one. Let's see. Let me read this out. What's your thoughts on this one? Mother of two beautiful kids. I am who I am. I'm big on morals. It's not what you do in the front of me, but what you do behind my back. And what's done in the dark always shines its light. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I think that's how the saying goes. What's your take on it?
Okay. Well, I'm definitely getting like a free spirit type of vibe. Most likely, multiple, 2 kids, 2 baby daddies. Probably they were cheaters or something like that, and probably already knew that they were lady dudes, but got with them anyway, hoping that they could change them.
Oh yeah. Oh, this is a good one for you. She's 46, by the way. Single, hard-working mom, 3 kids. I work hard, and I like traveling. I'm spending time with family and friends. I do not smoke anything, and I'm not looking to deal with anyone who smokes.
How are you traveling when you got 3 kids?
It's in that part. Looking to meet a friend that likes to talk instead of text all day, hang out sometime, and see how we vibe. My peace means everything to me, and a sense of humor is a must. Please, in bold letters, please don't message me if you're a creep. I'm not interested in hookups. No, I don't want to come over your house. Miss me with that mess.
She's definitely been over somebody's house.
Yes, she has. And by the way, guess where she's from? Philly.
Oh, I've heard about Philly. Obsidian says he refuses to date in Philly.
Oh, Philly is if you try to get your rocks off, Philly's one of those cities.
I pray for you. I pray for you, brothers on the East Coast.
I mean,
y'all got the most. I got the most. Y'all play the game on hard mode.
I mean, shit, not even hard mode. This is what you will not survive.
And to think, like, my major was filled with like folks from New York, East Coast. I almost had to snatch a chick up one time. It's just they be so aggressive with the way they talk. I'll be like, is she trying to try me?
And the sad part, she's hitting on you. Yeah, come on. That's that bitch ass nigga right there. What's up, boo? You gonna give me that dick in the ass or what? What the fuck? Here's one. I mean, she's actually pretty. 38. Maryland girl with a big heart, a little one at home, and a love for adventures.
The thing is, with the DMV area, I heard they have like some of the most beautiful women, but at the same time, there's nothing going on inside. And word to Salchi on that one.
What's kind of funny, and it's always, this is how Baltimoreans are. Baltimore is the side of Maryland. Maryland's part of the DMV. Well, Baltimoreans feel as though we're not part of it because our culture is so fucking different. And believe it or not, the DMV, even though Baltimoreans don't include ourselves in it, but the DMV, including Baltimore, can have beautiful women at any time. But so many are so fucking dead inside. It's not even funny, dude.
And then I was recently told that the DMV doesn't necessarily mean it's DC, Maryland, and Virginia. It's a certain part of DC, Maryland, Virginia.
When they talk about Maryland, Virginia, they usually talk about Northern Virginia. They're talking about all of DC, and they're talking about majority of Maryland. So When we look at the DMV, the culture of DC is different than the culture in Baltimore, even the music. Where DC loves go-go, we love our club music. I'm going to dance my pain away. Shit. All you Baltimoreans know. It's time for the percolator.
I mean, shoot, it's they near a dance battle between Chicago and Baltimore's footwork.
I don't trust nobody's beating Baltimore. You got to be an Olympic athlete to dance in Baltimore. God damn.
Y'all go to work.
I mean, if you can dance in Baltimore, you can dance. Like, it's like shit. I mean, my boy's 350 pounds and he could do those fucking dances. And the same way he looked at me wrestling is the same way I looked at him dancing. Like, you could do all that shit. Like, wow. Oh, here's another one. Independent, self-aware, funny, highly allergic to nonsense. Why are they always so combative in their an interesting paradox of sorts? Highly independent, DIY queen. Why pay $27 when I can make it up to you and do it myself for $62.50?
Oh, well, how about this? When the snow falls, I'm gonna need that driveway shovel.
Mm-hmm. Please know basic grammar and punctuation. This is the same chick who put, instead of WHY, she puts the letter Y, pay $27. Please have. He can't make this shit.
She's a paradox, all right.
Definitely. A fucking walking dichotomy. Lack of knowledge in this area is a huge pet peeve of mine. If you like first, then we match. It's on you to initiate the conversation and vice versa. Unless you just hang out here giving likes like it's IG, different story.
So guess the initial conversation, which you would be doing all the work.
And she's a New York bitch. I'm going to give her a like just to irritate her. And I'm going to be like, and I'm going to just pick, and you know what the sad part is? I'm going to be a prick and pick everything she says apart. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. I know some of y'all be like, Charles, you're petty. You goddamn right I'm petty. Ain't the white petty. Oh, my God. What's another one? This is so funny to me. I can't believe I got still 21 people listening to this shit. Thank you all. RN by night. Excuse me, RN by day.
Nurse. Nope.
Nurse. He's a freak. RN by day, gardener by night. Always looking for a new restaurant or adventure. Looking for.
At least she's used to being on her knees.
Yep. Well, she's either taking shots or looking for them. Oh boy. Maybe I should have just became a kept man because I was offered by different chicks to travel with them. Do you have a passport? Bitch, I had a passport when I was a teenager. Come on now.
I don't think they could afford you, Charles.
That's the problem. That's usually the problem.
Like the monthly rate of need of figurines and video games and comic books.
And cigars.
They wouldn't be able to sustain you.
Hey, get your friend involved. We need to go fund me for this nigga's lifestyle.
I mean, shoot, folk, they got sororities for a reason.
Yeah, I'm looking at. Here's one: fun, outgoing, spontaneous, smart, beautiful, 420 friendly. Roll that shit, like that shit, smoke it. Oh man.
My question is, how deep are you into it? Are you like a wake and bake type of chick, or are you like, I'm constantly gonna smell weed on you?
Mm-hmm. Well, here's one. 43 years old. She's from Orange County, New York. Good God. Self-eliminate. Read no further. This applies. Cigarette smokers. Want more kids. No car, no place, no passport. Hey, with a kissing emoji. With intention and purpose. Water and nature brings me peace. Very active. Avid reader. I love. Mama too and done. We'll travel for good food or dope. I got that alley. What's that song? That's that shit I don't like. Oh yeah, once in a while I do listen to some ratchet ass shit. I'm sorry, Chief Keef is my spirit animal.
I mean, shoot, I'm from Indiana. Shoot, Chief Keef was my childhood.
I got a howdy and that bitch white. Oh my
Shoot,
god.
we all wanted to be part of Glow Gang at some
Yeah,
point.
at some point. I'm just glad. Be glad that Chief Keef wasn't out during the Iraq War. Some fucking war crimes might have been committed just to that beat alone. We're going on
I
a
mean,
raid.
shoot, you be seeing Arabs in the Emirates. They be singing that song. It's like
Wow. I'll be like, man, if Finito came out during the Iraq War, we probably committed war crimes. Everybody's got to go. Let me see.
I'm just glad he got out of Chicago when he did.
Yeah, because he would have been a martyr. He would have made sure of that shit.
Yeah, he even says it. He says going to LA was the best choice he ever made.
Yeah, and that's funny. And as many gangs in LA, you have to say that. That's how you know how Chicago is. God damn. Oh my god, some of these fucking profiles. Well, she's cute. Looks like she smokes.
What's with all these chicks smoking? Like, did women used to smoke like that back in the day?
Well, I'm almost 20 years older than you, so yeah. But how can I say they were a bit cuter about it? That's how I would put it. They were cuter about it. Like nowadays, the bitch has probably got a stash. She sells some. She sells some now. It's funny. It's funny. Like I don't mind a chick who's a drinker. What I do mind if she's like jeez.
Yeah. They tatted up. They drink 40s. They smoke. They smoke and curse like sailors.
And you chicks don't want to be feminine. Y'all want to be Stone Cold Steve Austin. Okay, this one chick, she said, "Let's try this out." Okay, I'll take that. She works for the Department of War. So she's probably in the military civilian, or she worked the civilian side. She's 39. She looks good shape. I'm gonna pick the heart because she looks like an old coworker of mine who I wanted to fuck for years. Sorry,
At least she's stable.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Here comes another one. Mother, 3 children. Very mommy, wife, homebody, and family gathering types. Not the traveling buddy most of y'all looking for. It would be nice, but right now in my life, I'm dedicated to my family kind of woman. Interested in a man that is a single father, very present, dedicated in his children's life, bettering himself as I am, family life. From New York, at 38 years old.
For me, when it's children, I noticed that they never give the kids age.
They rarely do. And it's young children. See, because of my dating experiences, a lot of shit actually makes me phobic. Do I feel like my son's 18? If your child is like 5, we're going to have a problem. Even if your child's 9, we have a problem. Like, you're going to expect me to pick this little motherfucker up from school, and it's my day off. But if you love me, but are you going to do the same thing for my son if he's coming home from work or doing training or doing what are you going to pick him up if I'm busy?
Yeah, my stepdad didn't come around until I was like 12, 13.
Yeah.
And the crazy thing is, that was my mom's first husband.
Wow. This is funny. This chick got a picture of Will Smith's face on Jada's body. If you're a weirdo, please swipe left. But you got that picture.
That's weirdo activity.
Oh my god. I feel my calling is to help bitches out on dating.
That's like having Gabrielle Union as your profile pic with Dwayne Wade having a collar around him.
Yeah, and then here's the second person. This is the reason why she got the picture up there. So if you don't like BBWs, do us a favor and swipe left. My kids come first. I do have a 3-year-old. So if that's a problem, swipe left. I don't have time for games. So you don't match just for me and ask me what I'm doing 1,000,000 times a day, or don't respond because I will unmatch and block you. I'm rebuilding my life after a failed 8-year marriage. I don't have all the pieces put together in my puzzle, but I know exactly where I want to go.
I feel the neck rolling energy from here.
Jesus Christ. I know she wrote it this. Like, tell me at
Where's
what
Louis where you need the picture of the statue?
I know. Tell me at one point, does that sound like an attractive profile?
It doesn't even sound appealing.
Nah, it sounds like if a man, you don't even have your picture up.
That means she's not a BBW. She's just obese. You still there, Charles? Uh-oh. I think we lost him. Let's wait for him to get back. He'll probably be back in a couple minutes.
I'm
There you
back,
go.
folks. And I'm noticing she going up the steps and she ain't got any underwear on. I'm like, oh my God. What's going to happen? Jesus Christ. So I always thought that was something or another. I thought that was just pure comedy in my book. Oh my goodness. Let me call it a night, folks. It's always been a pleasure. Come back to the next one. I think I'm going to do another one tomorrow night. All right. Thank you for being showing up, Loss. Hit me up in the meantime.
Yeah, I gotta hit up Sam.
And we out.